Hello, everybody. Hope everything is all right. I'm gonna get here on the chair. There we go. That's better. Nice to have all of you here on this Saturday. And let me just make sure everything is all right. And here we go. And yep, everything is there. I got all my pages open, and we are ready to continue and to do this live show. We got some news from the Malah team on DM Lite, which we're going to talk about. They told me that they fixed the CW mode problem and that it will be one of the fixes in an upcoming firmware update to the radio. So that is good. So that is pretty good. I'll have to check that out. Okay, my page is open for preamp for number of stations in an hour's time. Pirates, I got the schedules open to see what's out there. We got some interesting new frequency for Radio Nacional Arizona that's been popping up also. And we'll actually tune and try to see if we can hear it today. People have been hearing it a few times this week. So we're going to check that out too. So welcome aboard, everybody. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. This is where we have the center of the shortwave world. This is where we have fun every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time, and hope that you guys will have fun too. I'm just gonna check out something here. Okay, that's all right, because something was about to fall. Okay, so we're here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time to have fun with radio. Which is essentially, I say it all the time, a solitary kind of hobby, but with the fun, with all of us together, it makes a little shortwave party every Saturday. And we just have a lot of fun tuning around, talking radio, answering questions. And it's just fun to be here. And of course, if you want to join in, we have a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. So the chat is open to everybody. We've got some really amazing people that are just a lot of fun and are amazing. And this is what keeps this also fun to do every Saturday. Get back with all of you and just see your comments, questions, and also how everybody is nice with everybody here, and that is the main goal. Also, so many groups are messed up and have are not moderated correctly. This is not what we want here. Here we want a nice, clean place, and of course the rules are no politics, no religion, and not even the name of a politician. And so we also have a Facebook group where this continues. When this show's over, the Facebook group, which is official SWL channel, the same name as the channel here, We've got 4,400 members where everybody's sharing what they're listening all throughout the week. And it's a lot of fun also to follow over there to see what people are listening and comments on radios or new radios. And talking of new radios, on Monday I will have a new radio. It was supposed to arrive Thursday, but Canada Post is a big mess. So they said, oh, Thursday. Oh, no, Friday. Oh, no, Monday. Yeah, right. Okay, you can't even deliver a package. No wonder you guys are in trouble financially at Canada Post. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Waiting for a Texan PL 520, which is kind of the upgraded version of the PL 330. And I want to thank Anna and Anonco for sending me that radio. It is much appreciated. Don't forget that if you buy Texan receivers, Anna and Anonco are the place to buy Texan radios. The service is amazing. If you got anything that goes wrong, Anna is there to help, and everybody's happy through that outlet. Buying any Texan radio needs to be done through an Onco. That's for sure. So I'll take my sip of beer and try to chase my cat in the throat. Here we go. So nice to have all of you here. Don't forget, you can help out with the super chat, which is available through YouTube. There's a little icon in the chat at the bottom where you can donate. Any amount helps. Don't worry about the amount. Any amount helps. And of course, there's the pizza fund through PayPal at the email address here. It's also for Paul the Cat treats and buying new radios, like the M-Lite, for example, that I purchased. So this is something to think about. It helps me tremendously. You guys have no idea. And do like, just noticed through the email, do like our friends here, Blogger Die and Brian Leisner, that have donated through PayPal today. So thank you so much, guys. It's much appreciated. And like I said, it helps a lot. And continuing this live show. So, Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. And we'll see what we can do about a Mr. Paul sighting today. Free to choose. Actually, I'm getting rid of the table that's right next to me here, and I'm planning to probably put a chair and make it as comfy as possible for Paul the Cat, which means that he could maybe be inclined to come here on the live shows regularly, because there's going to be a nice chair, and because also he's going to be next to me. Because right now there's not really any place to hang out when he comes over here. Free to choose. Salut, j'espère que tu vas bien de Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Nice to have you on board. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here. Hope your health is holding up and that everything is going well, my friend. Stay in good spirit. I'm thinking of you. Nick Amendo, nice to have you here from Romania. We have Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here from Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107 SWL. Radical Squadron, yep, Glenn Hauser. If you guys seen the news, that big tornado in Oklahoma was in Enid. And that's where our friend Glenn Hauser, that does the World of Radio, lives. So I also, first thing I thought is, what, Enid, Oklahoma? Oh my God, hope he's all right. So Glenn is fine. He did say on his IO group that he spent a certain amount of time in his shelter, his tornado shelter. But that he was not part of the area that was affected by the major tornado there in Enid. So thank God for that. And nice to know that everything is all right with our friend Glenn Hauser, that hosts the World of Radio show. Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado. Brian Leesner from Philadelphia. Art is Outer Crafter's Kitchen. Nice to have you here from Massachusetts. Says picked up 2 beautiful reel-to-reel tape decks yesterday. They work perfectly. I've been playing with them. Will be fun to maybe tape some rare DX caches. Cool. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Artist Outer Crafter's Kitchen, of course. Paul, VT Radio, AA1SU, nice to have you here from Northern Vermont. So, Paul Stringer, glad to have you back also on the live show. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you on board from a windy and sunny Tucson, Arizona. Here in Montreal, we're at 64 Fahrenheit right now. So that's according to my weather station. So we're somewhere around, 15, 16, 15 degrees Celsius maybe. So it's pretty nice out there, and beautiful day. I had a couple of things to do, so I went out to a couple of stores, and it was just a beautiful day to be outside. People were outside in the parks and everywhere. It was fun to see that. Paul Stringer says, I've been walking the last week, no dizzy spells and no falls. That's cool. Got to take care of yourself. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in rainy New Jersey. Skidology, nice to have you on board from Southern Ontario. We have Chris, nice to have you here from sunny England. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you on board. And, it's not just the week is going fast, the month is going fast. We are almost at the end of April already. I mean, the Shortwave Festival is Friday and Saturday that's coming up. And I just can't believe how fast time flies. One note also, as I'm talking about the Shortwave Fest. So the Shortwave Festival that, I'm going to share the link here. If you guys ever want to join us for the Naswa Shortwave Fest, it starts actually with a hospitality suite that will be open on Thursday night for kind of a breakout or an icebreaker event. And of course, the full events are happening on Friday and Saturday. So this is the link that I'm posting to the Shortwave Fest. You still have time to register to participate. There's a Zoom component if you can't attend in person via Zoom, virtual. It's always works great every year. It's pretty well done. And there's the in-person event. I don't know how many places are left on the in-person event. The maximum that they have in person, I believe, was 65. So if you plan to go, it is in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. And that the registration for the in-person event is $50. And that is if you go in person. And of course, for the Zoom, if you want to register for the Zoom event, it's $15 that you can send through PayPal. And you don't have to have a PayPal ID to use PayPal, by the way, to pay. You can use PayPal just to pay with your credit or debit card directly. And so the festival will, of course, start, like I said, with an icebreaker of the hospitality suite on Thursday evening. Then on Friday, we have as the different presentations that will be there. Starting at 13 hours UTC, the annual free broadcasting pirate radio report by Larry Will. We'll have 14:30 the shortwave mission of World Christian Broadcasting by Paul Ladd. Then there's a break, and we come back at 17:30 UTC with WRMI and Shortwave Radio in 2026 by Jeff White. At 19 UTC, recent developments in the portable HD radio space by Dan Robinson. 2030, phased loop arrays by Jeff Eichner. And then we have another break, and as we come back at 23:30 is the In Memoriam by Sheldon Harvey. And that is for remembering and recognizing those in the field of radio that passed away. At 0 hours UTC, Don't Try This at Home, the turbulent story of KWDB FM 101 by Tracy Wood. And at 01 UTC Friday is the Shortwave Shindig live on. And this concludes Friday. There's the hospitality suite that's open all throughout that period of time. If there's a presentation that doesn't interest you, you can just show up in the hospitality suite. I'll be there with Sheldon Harvey, Mika Elmage. We are actually going to keep the hospitality suite going, all three of us. And then it, of course, starts again on Saturday, May 2nd, next Saturday. The 13 UTC, the annual scanning and utility report. 14:30, there's the 30 years VHF signal propagation observations from southern New Jersey by Nick Langen. The scanning and utilities report is by Tom Swisher. Then there's a break. Then at 17:30, the little known story of Radio Noticias del Continente of Costa Rica by Tracy Wood. 1900, Internet Radio Redux, reviving once-thought useless internet radios, Rob DeSantos. This is bringing back, you remember when the Receiva database went down? Well, that bricked a lot of internet radios. So he's going to talk about how to actually revive those standalone devices once again with some code that's been done by third-party people and explaining how to flash your device and use your device again. 2030, designing a mobile app that predicts FM signal strengths by Nick Langen. And that is pretty much what we have right now. There's going to be maybe something else after 2030, I would guess. But for now, that's what we have. Of course, the hospitality suite will be open all throughout the Saturday also. Usually the hospitality suite on Saturday, it ends very late. So that is also always fun. Me and Sheldon will be recording the International Radio Report Show either Friday or Saturday live on the hospitality suite. So we hope to have a guest. So that's why we're not sure about Friday or Saturday. Depends on how if our guest is what day is available for the interview. And so it's fun. And I mean, you could do it via Zoom, comfort of your home, have your favorite drink, have your favorite snacks, and just watch from home. I like to do that. I always am on the hospitality suite. And of course, I have my another second PC that is on the presentations. So why not join and say hello? And you know what? It's a lot of fun. You don't have to have a camera or even a microphone to join in via Zoom. If you don't have any of that, you can just log in and participate in the events. The links to all of the events and the hospitality suite will be sent later this week to everyone. So this is going to be interesting, and I hope to see you there. Hope to see you there. So this is going to be interesting to check out. Okay, let's continue where we were. Scatology, where was I? Okay. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here. PVM 1081, good afternoon, nice to have you here. We have Old Radios, nice to have you here. Pretty cool. We have YouTube Radio XH Data. Nice to have you on board. Michael, nice to have you on board from Rainy, New Jersey. We have XH Data is from Spain. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland. And the other thing is, Paul, for the Zoom meeting tomorrow, I will not have a Zoom tomorrow because I have too much to do and I can't find the time to do it. Plus the fact that next week we're going to have the show on a Sunday. So this show next week is on Sunday because of the Shortwave Festival. So remember, guys, next week, the show will be Sunday at 20 hours UTC instead of Saturday. So this is the reason why I took the decision to not do a Zoom tomorrow, because I'm gonna go crazy if I have all of that to do in the next week or two. Sorry about that, but I have to think about myself too a little, my friends. What else do we have? Paul Stringer says, don't mention party in front of Alice the cat. You'll have to give her treats. Scotology says, well, Alabama was part of Canada way back the upper and lower Canada days. Jeff King, nice to have you on board from Florida. And no problem, my friend. You have to take care of yourself. And hope things are getting better, my friend. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Wentzville, Missouri. Martin, nice to have you here. Martin from Stockholm. And Marco Timmons of Cowboy Junkies, that was born in Montreal, made Gilles mute. Oh, man. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board from Oxford County, Ontario. What else do we have? Old Radios says, when I get back home, I'll have more to say. No problem. No problem. What do we have? Blogadai. Of course, thank you for the donation. Nice to have you here from Central Virginia. By the time you read this, I'll probably be departed, but you will be back next week. Yeah, next week at on Sunday. So that's the thing. It's going to be Sunday. Ted Goebel, nice to have you here from Texas. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. Brian Leesner says, more than once I've ordered online. I watched tracking. It's close by, for example, and I'm thinking, okay, a day or two more. Then USPS proceeds to send the package on a cross-country trip for real. Yeah, you know what? The package, I got an email from Canada Post. It says, oh, you have a parcel that's coming. So I thought it was the PL 520. So it was in Mississauga, Ontario. And it said, you'll have it tomorrow by end of day. So it's like, okay. Next day comes, it still says, in transit. So by the end of the afternoon, when I saw I was still in transit, I thought, nah, I'm not going to get that. So the next day it says, oh, we need a little more time. You need a little more time for what? And then it came up, and now today that's what it says. You'll have it Monday. I don't know. These small companies that work from Amazon, everything is like always very quick. But Canada Post, in the last couple of years, everything I got from them is always long, complicated, or even messed up. It's like, I don't know what they're doing. Brett Woolley, nice to have you here from Oklahoma and Enid, Oklahoma. So I hope you are also fine, my friend Brett, because he that tornado made the news everywhere. Here you were showing it again and again. DH1AO, nice to have you here from North Germany, and Says my prayers going to all of you, out to all of you that go through things. I know what it means. Let's enjoy the time here for the time. Yeah, it is extremely important to enjoy every minute because you never know when life will throw one at you and suddenly everything changes. I sure know from many personal friends, and including my sister that died in 2011. Skidology, have you ever noticed some noise appearing on 5950 starting at 7:30 Eastern? I have. I recognize it as DRM transmission, but I wasn't able to catch it in time to decode it. So 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So maybe it's on a close frequency. Is there a DRM maybe next to it? Sometimes the DRM is just like 5 kilohertz away. And DRM is dreadful for interference. Let me just check here what so you say you see something that looks like DRM. No station on DRM listed in EIBI, so I haven't I'll have to see and check it out if I can hear anything. 5950 is not one of the best frequencies for me for WRMI. I'll check it out. I'll try to see if so you say it starts at 7:30 p.m. Eastern every time. It's kind of interesting. Luckily, I mailed a package, eBay sale, Georgia. It spent 2 weeks in Puerto Rico before delivery. Wow. Andrew, nice to have you here. Change from at 8,000 feet. Nice to have you on board. RJ Dakota, know about tornadoes. I remember walking through the rubble of the tornado, early 2000s, powered out for a couple of days. Only thing working was a good portable radio. Yep. Radical Squadron, I read an article about the time it is now going to 25 hours because the Earth's slowing down in its rotation on its axis. That won't happen before a long time. It's losing very little every year, and every it's the slowdown is extremely slow. That's why we have the leap seconds to compensate in our time frame. Andy New, nice to have you here. M7CON. Andrew says, opinion on G800 loop antenna. I'm in a townhouse complex and can't have any outdoor antenna. All I need, I can't talk about it, for experience because I've never used it. But I know that some people here use it and seem to be very happy with it. So it all depends on many factors. Unfortunately, the same antenna that was great for somebody might not be as great for somebody else when used, and because of the type of noise and the environment around. But those that I see using it seem to say that they like it and it helps a lot in their listening. So if you get one, I suggest maybe getting one from where you could easily return it if, for example, it doesn't really give you satisfactory performance. But I've heard a lot of positive on that loop, Andrew. So Brian Leesner, Fort Washington, very close by. So you could go. You could go there. There's other Crafter's Kitchen. Enjoyed your review of the M-Lite 880. Hoping other manufacturers start getting that. Most listeners don't want muting or soft muting. Yeah, it's all in the design. I mean, they can do it because of the way it's the way the radio is designed. But it's the soft muting is definitely a problem, and it is something that definitely is the first thing I noticed on the radio. The noise reduction is great. I got an answer on the on my YouTube channel from the Malah team. They actually said they've been watching all of my videos. and I told them I'm going to post more, and they told me I complained about the AGC because automatic gain control is supposed to give you a smooth level of radio when you're um, listening to a station that fades in and out. And they kind of explained, because I complained that unfortunately one of the things I find a little tough on it is the fact that when the station fades away, the volume goes down. When the stations come stronger, the volume goes up. So in some signals, sometimes it's either the volume's too weak or too strong, and you have to constantly play with the volume levels. They gave me a kind of an explanation saying that they couldn't really have it compensate well because it created a lot of noise. I don't know. The other thing is the CW. I complained and found that the CW is off by about, several hundred hertz. They said that they fixed that in firmware, and also for the rest, what else did it's good. They kind of enjoyed my review and my my me playing with it and all. So yeah, it's cool. I'll be making more extensive videos to show, because the menus, and if you're not radio technology savvy, you might not always know whatever setting does. And some people might not understand, how do I calibrate the receiver and things like that. So I'll make probably extensive videos and put it in a playlist that's going to be called MLight 880. And so if anybody buys one of those, they can refer to about those videos to understand a little more about the radio itself, because there's a lot of things in the radio that you could change, and understanding what it means. Why should I change this for another, setting, or why should I, what is that setting? What I don't know. I don't know what it does. So all of that together, I think, is going to help a lot of people. But it's nice to see that they're proactive and they're actually looking at the, for the rest. Well, I like I said in my video, because I got several messages of people, kind of hate mail, saying, how you dare buy a radio that's designed in Russia, sold and manufactured in China. And it's like, look, it's up to you. If you don't want to buy one, you don't have to. I got one. I'm personally okay with it. But, it's up to you. But I did mention that fact so that if you want to buy it or not. That's it. That's up to you. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, because at some point, you're like, come on. There seems to be, what is this here on 15? 330 interface and audio grabber to the laptop for improved sound quality. Also for digital decoding on programs you carry, like Radio Northern Europe International, Rosie's Radio 15770. Jeff White. Shortwave radiogram. I also enjoy the various music shows that you carry, like seems to be some kind of a mailbag show on WRMI. Do they have a mailbag show? Because he seems to be thank you, Len Roney and Springfield, Pennsylvania, for the donation. Much appreciated. Through PayPal. Yeah, looks like a mailbag show from WRMI. 15770 right now. I like mailbag shows. It's always fun to. This is, like I was saying, when I got my first shortwave radio, being alone, pretty much doing that. It was kind of fun to hear the mailbag shows, because you could hear that, oh, there's other geeks like me that listen to the radio. It's kind of cool. So, What else do we have? Brian Leisner says, hello, my Amlight 880 and my other radios are sad from neglect. I like it, but honestly, my other radios will not be sad from neglect. I will be using them also. Something I want to ask the Malah team is if it would be possible to have a SDR display that can switch from the the received frequency where we can see the peaks of the stations, and at the press of a button we could go to a waterfall mode where we see what's the waterfall part of the SDR spectrum. I would guess they could do that in a firmware update, possibly. That would be a nice feature. Kenneth says, Andrew, I have one and it works okay, but the FM reception, you have to shut down the amp. Better than the unamplified U-loop. So here you got some comments from KW161 about FM reception. You shut down the amp. Am Radio Lady, nice to have you on board. Radio is working now after your recommendation of taking the batteries out and unplugging it for an extended amount of time. Yes, sir. Usually when it doesn't work at all, one of the chips is like stuck in some mode. And as long as it has power, it stays stuck. And that happens often. It happens with so many portables. And I don't know how many radios here that sometimes it's because, I touch the radio and zap the antenna with static electricity, and the radio just went berserk. And I remember, I think it was the Texan PL990. I touched and I actually distinctly heard the zap on the antenna. All the segments on the display turned on, and they were stuck like that. And the radio was totally frozen. I was like, oh God, I hope I didn't zap the radio to hell. And took out the battery and waited 24 hours. Next morning, there was nothing on the display. Put the battery in. Worked like a charm. So I'm happy that it worked for you. Nickel, G6BGV, nice to have you on board from a very sunny UK. I like it when people say very sunny UK. It's like there's a lot of sun. We're happy. That's sorry. Nice to have you here, Nicole. Bert says, which presentations are you most excited for in there? If I look at the Shortwave Fest presentations, I would say what I will be interested in checking out is, so let me just go back into the program schedule. So I will be interested to see Jeff White, WRMI, Shortwave Radio, and Shortwave Radio in 2026. That for me will be interesting, for sure. Maybe phase loop arrays, see what these has to do. Jeff Eichner has to say with that. What else? I probably will be looking at the Internet Radio Redux to see. I still have my old WFR Sangean WFR 20. That's a brick. Why not? But I'll be spending most of my time, honestly, in the hospitality suite, chatting with others and maintaining the place. Usually, I have my laptop open on the presentations, and I just look at them while I'm on the hospitality suite at the same time. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from sunny Seattle. And I was thinking about you this week because I have a friend of mine called Jeff that is also in Seattle, works there. He was from Montreal, and we met up in the 90s, and we were doing all sorts of activities together, going to, everywhere. And then he moved to the U.S. and now he's in Seattle. And I got some news from him this week because he's coming to Montreal for a few weeks this summer. Kenneth, looking forward to the Shortwave Fest. Just have to wake up early. It does start a little early in the morning. DH1AO wants to have Nicole's weather in Germany. Paul says next Friday, Saturday I'll be at Nearfest in New Hampshire. On Sunday might be at a Parks on the Air activation. Cool. If not, you'll be there. Kenneth, Jill, I am okay with you taking a rest. Don't want you to fall out of your chair. So, PVM says, if you had to make a decision, would you go with a portable shortwave radio and SDR? SDR. That's definite. If I have one and only one radio and I cannot have anything else, I'm keeping an SDR. I will be keeping my my SDR play SDR, and just sticking with that. And that's it. I can't. In today's modern times, I cannot see myself without an SDR for doing radio. I mean, when I got my first SDR, my ICOM ICR 8500 here was my main radio. And from one day to the next, it became a radio that I don't use anymore. Now I'm actually turning it on live shows on Saturdays because, I want to have it working and tuning some of the bands. And since it's not on the same antenna as my Yaesu, I hear lower frequencies better on the ICOM, higher frequencies on the Yaesu. So it's kind of fun to have that. But I got to say, especially the day I got the SDR Play device, this radio became a something that lies on the table and isn't used anymore. Pretty much, SDR is so many appealing features now. So Jasmine says, we did our first successful HF mesh test and it worked. It was done on one of those old 27 megahertz radio control toy channels. The 41.7 kilohertz bandwidth slides right in them. Okay. Wow. So that is kind of cool. That is kind of cool. So with good propagation, in a good antenna, it could propagate far away. Michael says, I wish when I was growing up in the 60s, 70s that I had the chance to build a heat kit radio, probably still be using it. Yeah. There's so many things that, we could regret of things that we could have done back then. Jim Gordon, many, many thanks for your detailed review of the M-Lite 880. It was very useful in confirming that the radio is not for me. It's a bit too complicated for me. Too many menus. Yeah, definitely, because there are some buttons that there's like 3 pages of menus. And each button has at least 1 page, if not 2 pages of menus of different options. It's a lot. Also, I got asked on that, and for anybody that has the some visual disability, it's really not a radio for anyone like that because it's too difficult to operate if you can't read the display and see what the menus are all about. There would need to be a like a little voice synthesizer that would just read what's on the display, and that would make it better, but unfortunately. Kenneth, the toy remote controls are in between the channels. There's only one channel on the remote control for the CB part of the band at 27 megahertz that falls on channel 23, 27255. The other ones are in between. So you have, if you have, like, I think the first channel is 26995. That is not an assigned CB channel. It's in between channel, 1 is 965, 2 is 975, 3 985. So it's between channel 3 and channel 4. Channel 4 or 5. Something like that. Anyways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, something like that. Trying to remember my channels. But most all of them are in between. Though the 40 kilohertz bandwidth of the mesh is pretty big. So it does probably step on the few channels that are below and above that remote control frequency, because the bandwidth's big at 40 kilohertz. Free choose. Have your stuff delivered by UPS or FedEx. Nope, no UPS here, that's for sure. But they're really bad fees when you get something from the international. I like the smaller companies. They do actually a better job than all the big ones. Stephen Jones, nice to have you here from Plattsburgh, New York, KE2ATI. What else do we have? Mike WX50 just signed up. Yes, you're gonna have fun. You'll see the presentations how they are. You can, if you have more than one computer, you can be in the presentations and join me and Sheldon and Mickey Dalmage at the hospitality suite, where we usually just chat about all sorts of things, and it's always a lot of fun. People just jump in and out depending on the presentations. Most people have only one computer, so what they'll do is they'll, in between presentations, they'll be in the hospitality suite, chat away. When the presentation is there, well, they'll jump to the presentations, and then they'll come back. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. So, well, when the other side chooses the shipping method, we don't have a choice of who's going to pick it up. It's only when we buy something, sometimes we do have a choice, but we don't always have a choice, unfortunately. I know one thing is, if a U.S. company tells me, oh, we'll only ship UPS, I always tell them, nope. If you send them through the U.S. Postal Service, I'll say I'll buy it. But if you say you'll send it by UPS, forget it. I will not pay the extra crazy fees that UPS is going to ask me when it gets here. Skidology, yes, I heard about it on VORW a couple of weeks ago before I actually experienced that noise myself, but I wasn't able to plug in my SDR in time to decode it. He said it came from Radio France International's transmitter. It's possible. It's possible. Maybe they're doing some tests or something. It's not on the listings here, but yeah, maybe they are doing some tests or something. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. VA3JPX, nice to have you on board. From Ottawa, I believe. Jasmine, the next step would be to petition for a change for one or two of those old frequencies since they are abandoned. Yeah, the only thing, the only problem is that if your bandwidth is 40 kilohertz, it falls on a couple of channels on each side that are CB radio. So I don't think they would allow any changes there because you would interfere with the channels that are besides them. If you measured 41 kilohertz, you would be, because a channel in between channels, it's a 10 kilohertz step. So you would that mesh would interfere with the channels, a couple of channels above and a couple of channels below. It almost would need to have its own spectrum. Brian Lees has been making good use of the Shortwave Schedules app. It works with EIBI database, and the extra $2 for the premium features is well worth it. Support your developers, good app. It doesn't show up here, the Shortwave schedules, on my on the Google Play Store. I tried to find it, and I don't have it popping up. So I don't know. This is weird. This is weird. So you guys get ready if you want to hear some spy number station. We have one coming up, and it is on 10,431 kilohertz. 10,431 kilohertz. 10,431 kilohertz in CW, or 10,430 kilohertz USB. So if you guys want to get ready for that, I'll put my Yaesu CW mode. And we'll see if anything pops up here. Conditions seem to be pretty good. So, WF79, did they say anything about the FM breakthrough you had reported? No, they didn't talk about that. Brian Leesner, and you're right about the M-Lite AJC. Let me go back up. No, it's not fixed on 1.3 firmware. It will be fixed on the next one. So yeah, nothing about the FM breakthrough at all. Brian Leesner says, you're right, the M-Lite AJC, it's choppy, for lack of a better term. I took a screenshot of your settings, Joel, and I will try that. I've been playing with that a lot to find a sweet spot. Yeah, I'll be actually playing even more with the settings, trying to find kind of the perfect mix. So Andrew, thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated, through the super chat. Tosono says, on the Malah radio, the AJC is adjustable, but I haven't had to mess with it really. By default, it was just adjusted correctly. I just heard a little tone, so I think that's a sign we might hear the spy number station. Bill Penna says I have. So yeah, that's what I was saying. On 1.3, the CW is not fixed. On the next one, it will be. ZY3WR. Don't know if it's conditions, but I can't seem to catch Radio Romania 9740. But Voice of Vietnam 7220. I noticed that Radio Romania this week had a lot of their frequencies that were off the air. I don't know if they're having issues. Brian Leesner, these are people just like us in Russia, China. Yeah. It's mostly because of the politics around it, it's like, but you got to remember that in any political sphere, not everybody, doesn't mean everybody agrees with what's happening. Jim Gordon says, remember Moscow Mailbag with Joe Adamov? Oh yeah, of course. that was always entertaining. All right. Craig Martinetti says shortwave call sign is WDX2ROE. And John says, is Radio Vienna still on the air? Yes, it is, but it is spotty. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. I've heard it one day in English. I think it was Tuesday. I saw somebody post on a group on Tuesday or Wednesday that it had a great signal in English. I tuned, and it was absolutely fantastic. I tuned again an hour later, and whoop, the signal was there, but there's no audio, so it's kind of a hit or miss situation. When you get it, get it. But they have a lot of problems with their transmissions. RJ Dakota says, I've zapped radios before. I try purposefully now not to do that. It's so much worse in wintertime. Yeah. That's the crazy thing. Creeper D films, no solar flare. There were 2 solar flares yesterday. X flares, X 2.4, X 2.5, but their effects won't be felt until at least tomorrow, at the time that coronal mass ejections actually. Plus, they were on the edge of the sun, so very strong beeps. I'm gonna hear it really well. I think it's gonna be one of the best signals I've heard from the St. Petersburg, Russia spy number station. Brian Leesner, I do play with my H501X. It's not a boombox, but the audio is excellent. The Nano X as well. The M-Lite, not even close in the audio department. I use external speakers for that. It's still the H501 with its stereo speakers. When you use, if you put in, the best thing to do is put some songs, some MP3 songs in an SD card. Put that SD card in the H501X and listen to the audio quality. It definitely is amazing. It is amazing. Unfortunately, on FM, because the FM stations compress a lot of their audio, doesn't sound that great on FM, unfortunately. And it's not the radio's fault, it's the FM stations. Kamikaze 76. Sean from West Michigan, still in rehab hospital and 90% recovered from pneumonia. Cool. Nice to know that you're getting better. But 2 days ago, during a bedding change, my knee broke due to osteoporosis. Oh man. Hope that you get well soon. Yeah, that's always what we want when we spend some time in the hospital. First thing we want to do is home sweet home. Feels just so good. So take care. I want you to take care, and I'm sending you some positive vibes, my friend. John, nice to have you here from Northeast Ohio. Look at that. Wow. That is a great signal for the M12 spy number station. This comes from, you got to remember that this comes from close to St. Petersburg, Russia. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you here. Ray Hawksworth, nice to have you on board. Happy Saturday. Always nice to have you here from Victoria, BC. And no problem, my friend. Nice to have you on board. And Chicopee Radios from Chicopee, Massachusetts. Brian Leesner, I'm using my NRSPST as we speak, no matter where I am in the house. It's available. For those shows, I have my laptop with the SDR going. Pretty cool. PVM, thank you for your valuable perspective. Which SDR should I buy without breaking the bank? If you don't want to spend too much and you want something that works really well, you know what? The SDR Play devices. Go look at their page. Their entry-level SDR Play RSP1B, which is the least expensive, is a great SDR. You'll have a lot of fun with it. And it is for an entry-level plug and play. It just works. All you'll have to do is the learning curve of, you know, the software and learning how to use it to tune around the bands and stuff like that. But SDR Play RSP1B is, for me, the entry level. I'll put it here, SDR Play RSP1B. If you want something that you might, you know, if for example, you might want to use more than one antenna on a device, then you could look at the RSP DX. I think it's the RSP DX2 now. That the RSP DX that they have has several antenna inputs, so you can just in the software switch. You know, you can plug like 3 antennas, and then in the software you just switch which antenna you want to use depending on what you're listening to. It's a little more expensive though, but these are great entry level. I think for the starter, for starting an SDR listening, is great. Plus, the SDR Play devices now with SDR Connect work both on Windows, on Linux, on Mac. So that also is a great advantage with SDR Connect. Said White 3WR, now I can catch it close to end, but I wonder why they can't use the same frequency as the French one for a 30-minute program like last summer. You know, these are decisions that they take, depending their own engineer is going to say, well, maybe we should have this frequency or that frequency, and depending on the other transmissions going on, because we got to remember, Radio Romania might listen to that frequency. But at the same time, they might be in Romanian and some other frequency and another language, another frequency. So they might have 3, 4, 5 frequencies at the same time running. So sometimes they take decisions, and yeah, sometimes it's not always, you know, the best frequency, unfortunately. And also you got to look at what is the target area. You know, 9740 is for, if we look at it here, if I look at the frequency 9740, Radio Romania is for Western Europe. So for you, it might not work well, but it's for Western Europe, so it's technically sending away from you. And for Western Europe, it might actually be a very good frequency. So that's the other thing you got to understand, is that if it's not meant for you, where you are, your target area, the frequency might not be as good for you, but it might be excellent for the area they are broadcasting to. Tristan says, I enjoyed your M-Line 880 review. It's good to see these types of experimental radios coming out. Also, the DX286 and the SI4732 Mini. Yeah, I never thought we'd have these. We never thought we'd add these. You know, weird radios that we have today, like the M-Lite. I never thought that would come to market back in the 80s. We wouldn't even think about that. You know, we have like more computing power in the M-Lite 880 than what the Commodore 64 had in computing power back in the day. VT Radio. No, I haven't had any news from, and I've not seen anything from Keegan in a long time now. Jasmine says mesh on 27 megahertz will bring CB into the 21st century. Brian Lee's there. I tune to 15770. No need to noise reduction at all today. I am Stardust. Nice to have you here from the UK. Kenneth says, with all the CBQR, I wouldn't notice. Yeah, probably. I had a remote control toy, which was a Jeep back in the 80s, and it was a digital proportional system, but the sound that it gave out when listening on the shortwave radio sounded like an FM or TV signal. One of those TV signals. The buzzing that it gave out resembled a TV signal. And mine was on channel 23. And I remember every time I was using the Jeep remote control, what was playing with it, I always had a CB radio with me because I would listen to channel 23, hear the guys complaining that there's interference from a TV signal. And they didn't know what it was, but they all said, wow, it sounds like a TV signal. And it's like, yeah, well, it's my remote control toy. So Jasmine says, I guess we can experiment with narrow bandwidths. Lowest bandwidth is 12 kilohertz. So, yeah. Because that's the problem with the using it on CB. It would need to have its own band, honestly. Doesn't allow spectrum in the whole 11 meter ASM band would probably interfere less, I'm guessing. Not sure. What else do we have? So Jasmine, what is allocated between 11 meter CB and the 10 meter AM band? It's technically utilities. It's technically a band for all sorts of utilities there. I know there are some actual utilities using it too, from different countries, but it's not one of those that's used much. I remember a long time ago actually hearing a marine station from Israel that was on 27.7 something. I don't remember the exact frequency with their CW marker. So technically, but there isn't a lot, honestly, when you look at the listings, what's there's not a lot of stuff. I know I've seen there are a few frequencies noted for the U.S. Army and things like that, but we don't really hear much. I'm not even sure they're necessarily used still. Right now, all we hear is out-of-band CBers. So that could be, that would be one that could be converted. Ryan Leesner for me, 104229.5 until it's fixed in 1.4. Yeah. Justin said, oh wow, I just saw that narrows bandwidth can set to 7.8. So yeah, 7.8 could fit in there. And between two channels, it create a little bit of hash on the other ones, but it wouldn't be too bad. I mean, at 7.8, you'd have 3.9 on each side. So yeah, it's it's a little wider than what an AM. I believe the AM mode in CB for voice is 6 kilohertz wide. So that's not very far from that. That would be probably what could be allowed in some way on the remote control frequencies. So the Y3WR, the only thing I wonder about the M-Line is outperform with really weak signals like lots of noise, but the station is under it. I wonder how it is with noise off. It is like any other radio. I would tell you that if I would turn the noise, because in a very weak signal, first of all, in a very weak signal, the noise reduction doesn't really work that well when it's too weak. It becomes a standard radio, and in terms of sensitivity and getting out that station, it's close to all the good portables out there from my tests. Brian Leesner, CW does work well on the M-Lite after Shell decoded the quirk. Yep. That's why I want to test my radios. It's not that I don't trust people, but I want to test it my own way because I see things that no one else sees. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas. Dosanov, CBers complaining about interference seems odd. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. And Leesner, 10-431, loud and clear. Wow. ZY3WR weak. Old radios, welcome back. Jasmine, I could even see CB manufacturers embrace the text channels. Yeah, that'd be kind of interesting. A text channel on the CB. The only thing I wonder about the regulations of the CB band is because mesh is encrypted, from what I understand. Is encryption allowed on that frequency range? It's not ham radio, so and I don't know the exact, what are all the rules around CB radio. Scatology, 10-430 coming in, but very weak. Tosanov, I didn't hear him 12, but I usually don't on that frequency. Paul, 10-431, strong in Vermont. Brian Leesner, 10-430.5 on the M-Lite. 10-431 on the SDR, both really good today. Old Radio's bought a couple of items to make AM radio bearable. Jim Gordon, what's the beer tonight? It's the same as the last few weeks, a Labatt Blue Dry at 8.1%, so I'm going to drink slowly because I'm going to get drunk. Radical Squadron is still, wow, another tornado watch now. This is sad. Take care, my friend. In Oklahoma, you got to stay safe. Brian Leesner says you can't go wrong when he has the airplay. Yep, pretty much. Jasmine, I'm glad we have such mild weather in the Pacific Northwest. Here, the problem we have more to the north, and even last week Montreal was kind of part of it, is flooding because of we had a lot of rain, and now it's hot, and, well, it's warmer, and the snow is melting. So a lot of rivers are just overflowing. And there we go. Wow, that was a long one. That was a long one. Usually you're shorter than that. They had a lot to talk about today. They really had a lot to talk about today. So, Think about it. You're a kid with your remote control 4x4, and you have your CB radio because you're so geeky that not only you want to hear the sound of your own transmitter with the remote control, you want to hear the guys complaining. You want to hear the CBers complaining that there's some kind of TV-like signal on channel 23. Man. Brian Lee's are the NRSP EST kicks and is picking up number station in CW mode like a champ. Dead on frequency. CW with the bandwidth set to 150 hertz. Yep, works well. And you can calibrate. All the SDR play can be calibrated if they are slightly off frequency. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Brian Leesner, I hope to bat 1,000 picking up the numbers stations today. One down so far. Tostenloff 11 meter ISM goes from like channel 1 to 30, I think. A little over 300 kilohertz wide. Wow. Canada, her local FM stations remote on 26526. Oh yeah, on 26 from 25, about 25,800 all the way to 26,500. It is a frequency range for the studio to link transmitters. So if they have somebody in the field, or if they have a low power transmitter somewhere, sometimes they actually broadcast the studio feed to the transmitter side via one of the narrowband FM frequencies in that range, and then broadcast, with their big antennas. Jean, nice to have you here. VE2WMJ. It's nice to have you on board, my friend. Nice to have you here. And we're going to get another spy number station. If you guys want to try it now, coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. 11075 is the next frequency. That's the next frequency for the spy number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. And so remember, if you have CW, it's 11075 CW or 11074 upper sideband. And you should hear, if we heard the other one, we'll hear that one too. I was so geeky back in the day, and well, I'm still very geeky. I would do the same thing today, that I would power on my radio controlled transmitter, put it on the balcony outside, and with my portable CB radio, I'd be walking and seeing how far away can I pick up my remote control. The other thing I had found is that one of my friends' remote control 4x4 worked with tones. So like a high-pitched tone, it would turn right. A low-pitched tone, it would turn left. There was that mid-tone where it goes straight. And so when he was controlling it, I remember once he's controlling it, and I'm kind of hiding behind the fence, and I have my CB, and I'm doing tones. I'm doing, and his car starts going haywire, and he's like, I can't control my car anymore. I was a little sneaky sometimes. The best was when we built an AM transmitter that had a tone, and I was at his place, and I said, we're going to build an AM transmitter that, transmits a tone, and I had boosted it up a little more than it's supposed to. Here we go. This is powerful. Wow, this one is really strong. It goes up to S7 at times. Wow. And we were in his bedroom, and his mom was in the kitchen, and she was listening to an AM station. So we tuned it to put it over the AM station, and then she starts calling us saying, I don't know what's wrong with my radio. It's like there's this tone over the station I'm trying to listen to. Oh boy, playing jokes with radio. That was me playing jokes with radio. That's you know, it cannot be more geeky than that. Roy Anderson, nice to have you on board from southern Sweden, picking up 10431. Malah DSP2 in the long wire, cool. Dan, nice to have you here from Virginia. Tristan, just wondering, could you plug in a AN200 to ASDR? That could be interesting. Oh, absolutely. You could plug the AN200 on, for example, my SDR play. I did it once. What's very cool is if you put the AM band, you see the peak. When you tune that AM200, you see the peak move on the waterfall, on the display. You see where the antenna's peak is located. And it makes it even more easy to tune around. I need to do a video. This would be a great video on the channel to do again. I think I did one, but I'm going to do another one. It's really so cool because you see really the peak move as you tune the loop antenna. I'm gonna do a video on that. It's not very far. The AN200 is just here. I still find that this thing is beautiful. Whoever designed this is like, he wanted not only a loop antenna, he wanted to have a work of art. All radios, I bought an AM transmitter and a Bluetooth attachment so I can stream anything I want to my vintage radios. Oh, that's great. That's cool. Andrew, off to birthday party. Thanks for the show. Thanks for being here, my friend. And thanks for the donation. Much appreciated. DJK Rays, nice to have you here. So Video Radio 11075 strong in Vermont. Brian Leesner, 2 for 2. All right. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Hey, Madreader DXer, nice to have you on board. So, Paul Stringer. Nice to, so as we are decoding, I will go and check on my caregiving duties for a couple of minutes. I'm going to leave you with the soothing sounds of a spy number station that's coming out of the vicinity of St. Petersburg, Russia. So here are the soothing sounds of Morse code with a secret cryptid message. Back in a couple of minutes, guys. Okay, we're back. We're back. I lost my orphan Annie decoder. What's the cryptic message? Send more vodka. Must be that. Send more vodka. We're bored. Drink Ovaltine. Oh, God. Yeah, no one knows. Maybe he's, occupied with also, with all of that happening, his life has kind of changed, Bert. So I would guess that maybe he's like, doesn't have as much time for all the stuff that he has to do. Dave, nice to have you here from Niagara. DJ K. Ray is a critical message. The message is in the music. Jim Gordon, the buzzer is playing pop music on 4625 with a strong signal and Morse in the background. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. It seems a lot of people are having fun with the buzzer again. Those don't know the soothing sounds of CW you can't decode anyway. The music comes from the pirates. Yep, those pirates. Brian Leesner, how would you calibrate an SDR play if you needed to? It requires to have a good signal for WWV. And in one of the menus, there's a calibrate button. And you don't have anything to do except tune WWV and press calibrate. And it will do it automatically. I did it once because it was off by a few, like, maybe 7 or 8, or yeah, like 10 hertz, just enough that when you listen to music, it's a little off. And I did the procedure. It works great. It's an automated procedure. You just need a good signal of WWV. When you got one, take that chance to calibrate. It actually tells you, I think when you press the calibrate button, it's going to tell you, okay, you need to tune WWV, you need to do this, to do that. I don't know if it changed. Maybe it could have changed since then, but that was the last time I did it, which was years ago on the RSP-1A. I never had to do it on the RSP-DX, nor I don't think I need to do it on the NRSP-ST either. They're very, very on frequency. Dave, I use my N200 on my SDR plate just as a, just use a cord that came with the K180 WLA. David Ostowski, nice to have you on board from snowy Alberta. Wow, snowy Alberta. Here it's spring, it's spring Montreal. Brian Leesner, my dog was barking when you explained SDR Uno. Well, I was using SDR Uno at the time, yeah. But there must be a calibrate. I'm pretty sure, and there must be a calibrate in SDR Connect also. It must exist. In SDR Uno, it was like on the main panel where you turn where you turn on or off the SDR. There's there in the menus there was an option which is calibration, and in that menu you press the calibration and you need the you need a good strong signal from WWV, and it will calibrate on its own. I did it once and I never had to do it again. I'm not sure. I think I even have a Didn't I think I posted a video on my channel a couple of years ago that explains it. I think I did it live. Well, not live, but on a video. Richard Wagner, I've not seen Keegan DXing in a long time. Last post on his YouTube channel was about a year ago. I know he had endured some personal losses last year. Yeah, he had a lot of bad things going on at the same time. I would guess also that changed a lot in his personal life, also where he lives, what he does, and things are. I mean, his dad passing away was something big. That was something big. So, Dustin Loaf says, I remember my old DX440 didn't need any calibration and was right on the money. Yeah, well, it wasn't on the money because that radio used a BFO. Calibration, because that's the thing about those old radios. None of those old radios were on the frequency. What happened is that those old radios, when you tune single sideband, you had a BFO. And a BFO is not accurate. So you don't know if you're off or not. The BFO just gives you the possibility to tune correctly that single sideband signal. But the frequency display doesn't give you enough information to know if you're calibrated, if you're close. The DX440 only had 3 digits after the point. So it's like if you're listening to a ham radio operator, you were listening to, say, 14275. Today, we know if you're off because today the radios go to 14275.000. They add 3 extra digits. And now you have to be calibrated if you want to have that precise frequency. So all of those old radios were not calibrated, and it didn't matter because as long as the frequency display was fine, you just, fine tune with the BFO. And that's it. It wasn't, there's no such thing as calibration back then because the radios were not, the electronics were not accurate enough. The only radios that were and needed to be precise were amateur radio gear and IN radios like the Kenwood R5000, for example. Like I remember my Kenwood R5000, I had to, there was a potentiometer on the board, and with a plastic screwdriver from about once every 6 months, I had to fine tune the calibration with WWV on the Kenwood R5000. So it was there was really no calibration back in the day. And we've got another one coming up for if you want to try the next one, which will be the in case of traffic 12138, guys. 12138 is the last one for the night, and it's of course M12 spy number station. So 12138 CW 12137 upper sideband. If you want to try it, man, propagation is good today. Jean-Will, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Remember, guys, if you like what you see, what you participate in, if you like these live shows every Saturday, PayPal also available for the pizza fund, and it is really, really helpful, guys. You have no idea how this has helped me maintain the live shows and the channel in the last year. It's really, really much appreciated, guys. Thanks for your donations, for sure. So, yeah, so, the radios back then weren't really very precise, because the frequency display anyways was not, you know, it was a kilohertz, and the frequency as a precision, which is far from what radios today. I mean, today a Texan PL330 that costs nothing compared to what these radios cost in the 80s is super precise, and it's just amazing. GJK Rays, the pirate over US UVB 76 is speaking English. Tosunov, the BFO did shift over the years and was lopsided, eventually favoring lower sideband. And here we go. That one is also strong. A couple of weeks ago we had it strong, but I think tonight is the strongest of all for all of those M12 number stations coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. Dave, my ATS Mini and ATS 25 take a while to get the BFO right for SSB on all bands, but at least it remembers the offsets. The Wind, nice to have you here from Seneca County, New York. And Brian Leesner's there. Here we go. 343 today. They are strong. Yeah, propagation is good today because they are very, very, very good. I wouldn't be surprised after this one's over. We're going to try something. We're going to go try the RWM time signal from Moscow, Russia. See if we can hear anything coming out of Moscow, Russia on the time signal they have. I think that could be a nice test also. So, you know, back in the 80s, the only radios that were really accurate were the amateur radio gear or the IN shortwave receiver. Also, enough not hearing 12138. I think I did last week, but I was using a Kiwi SDR. Fredwater, if anyone has an email for Keegan, they should go drop him a line and let him know we are thinking of him. Yeah, I have his email here. I will, I'll drop him a line tonight after the live show. Just say that everybody's been thinking about him and hope he's well, and to give us some news. Oh, you emailed him, Radical Squadron? So, M12, once again, spy number station out of St. Petersburg, Russia. GMAC, good evening. Nice to have you on board. And cool to have everybody here. So propagation looks very, very nice tonight. We're gonna try the well, this is interesting. Earlier today, looking at the HF Underground. Earlier, 20 hours, wow. There was a pirate on 17750, subterranean radio. And he started at 1745, the first log. It's still on at 2020 when we started the live show. And so that's interesting. If anybody that doesn't hear the number station wants to try to pirate, I don't know if it's still on. Subterranean radio reported on 17750 upper sideband. Last report is 2020, so it's more than an hour ago. More than an hour ago. Y3WR, rare. I never been able to catch 12137. Not bad signal. Cool. Also, if my antenna here is less than Jake for a long time. I've been wanting to upgrade to a couple different loops and maybe a preamp. Brian Leesner, I sent you a direct link in the Play Store for shortwave schedules. I can't post a link here. Okay, I'm going to check it out on my email. because I don't see it in the Play Store. Check that out here. Okay, go here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Stephen Cooper. I haven't heard from him in a while. I see him on his... I have him as a friend on Facebook. Okay. Cool. We'll check it out. I had it before, but for some reason... Yeah, if you could put an outside antenna on Toast and Loaf, that would definitely be cool. DH1AO did the change the operator on 12138, a complete different sound in CW. Sounds the same here, so I don't know. I don't notice anything different. I don't notice anything different. So here we go. So we're gonna try the RWM time signal. Curious, signals from Russia seem to be coming in very well. Craig. Yeah, I have your email, Craig. I'm just gonna check out here quickly. If I have your email, I'll send you Chrome. Just gonna go to my email. Gmail message. Send me an email so I can send you. I give you his email. I don't want to post it public here. By the way, if you guys have a hard time listening to China Radio International via Malah, a lot of problems in Malah. There's been a lot of firing going on. There's been a lot of bombs going off. It seems that the fighting in Malah is not going well. It says here attacks in various places in Malah have been reported since April 25th, earlier today. Among the places prominently mentioned is Kati, the suburb of Bamako, which is home to the country's main military base and where Malah's military ruler lives. Kati is also the site of the shortwave transmitting station, so it is worth watching for any disruptions to both Malah radio on 5995, 9635, and the CRI relays from Malah, as things are not going well and seems to be degrading in the last since earlier today. So so if you don't hear China Radio via Malah, okay, Craig, I need your email. I don't have it. When has the MLA 30 on a homebrew rotator? Works well. Rick Myers, M12 loud in Florida today, KO4 OSA. It's loud everywhere. It's just amazing. Skidology, 12137, coming out better than last week. Few spy number stations. So pretty cool. So it's nice to have all of that here coming in. And so yeah, China radio could be down because of what's happening. Malah has been having a lot of internal issues with the government and the militia there, so it's kind of not great. But hopefully there could be something else, and it could be better than what's happening now. Is that Nigeria is apparently Radio Nigeria is apparently working on the improvements and the fixing of their transmitting station. So that's going to be very interesting to check out also. With them coming back on the air eventually, I hope. And what else? The win, you have the pick. Oh, the one you sent me earlier before. Yeah. I remember now. So James Radio Check, nice to have you on board. And here we go. Propagation seems really good. I'm going to check out tune a little bit, see what we hear. We're going to try also for Radio Nacional Amazonas, which we hear on 6180 and 11780, was spotted this week, 2 or 3 days, not every night, but 2 or 3 days, they were spotted on a new frequency of 15150. So that is something that we'll check it out also, if we can hear 15150, Radio Nacional Amazonas. That's pretty cool that they have a new frequency. Hope they use it. Roy Anderson, CW 12137, very weak signal here in Sweden, but improved last minute. So I know that these frequencies that M12 is using are meant to the for Europe for the most part. So that is something that is interesting to note. If you live within Europe itself, you probably have it very, very strong. This is going to be interesting to check out a few other stations and a few other frequencies. I have not heard Radio New Zealand this year yet. 17675 is not coming in at all. And from what I understand, they changed the bearing. They changed where the signal is being transmitted. Last year, the 17675 was transmitted to the Pacific region, and so technically it was coming in through North America. But they say on the EIBI page that now it's for the Oceania, the Australia region, and so that's going away from North America. So that explains why I don't hear at all Radio New Zealand in the past few weeks. I've tried several times, and there's a zero signal, absolutely nothing. So I don't know. This is if it's like that all summer, I'll be sad to not have my Radio New Zealand this summer as my regular summer nighttime broadcast. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario. JPV 1970, Russia might be transmitting numbers to the US since the Iran war. So, yeah, well, they do have some transmissions. When you look at Priam, and you see that because Russia is the biggest, probably the biggest country in the world in terms of number stations, and they have several types of number stations. They have this M12, which is a Morse code one. They have some that are PSK signals. They're kind of digital signal. They have also another type of transmission that's different. And they even have some voice transmissions. And depending on which one it was, it's transmitted to different areas. So, and some of them are possibly to North America. The H1AO, is there activity between 4 to 5 megahertz? In the 80s, it was called tropical band for transmitters. That's 1 kilowatt, mostly South America. Yeah, there were a lot of African stations too. Okay, my email is officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com. This is my email, Craig. So between 4 and 5, there are still a few stations that are still in a tropical band, but two things are making it difficult for us to receive. One is there's less stations than there used to be, a lot less. They are, for the most part, weaker than the ones back in the day. Plus, we have higher noise. All of that together makes it tough. But there's quite a few. When you look at a list of what's on the tropical bands, you got a few South Americans, you got a few Africans still there, but very weak. The last time I heard one from Africa was the let me remember which. I'm gonna go in the list here and find it. I heard, so let me go to 4800 here. So they go 4800. Okay, so let's see what's on there. So if I look at African, so there's a few, from South America, like Estacion 4940 on the border between Colombia and Venezuela. There's a few ones, like there's Peru on 4955, Radio Cultura Amota. So there's, there is a little bit of those in South America. There's a few Brazilians. There was so there doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be there anymore. So African stations are pretty much mostly gone now on a 60-meter band. And the big part that you'll have there is if you tune from 4 to 5 megahertz, the first 500 kilohertz, 4,000 to 4,500, you'll have utilities of all sorts from everywhere. So that's one band to look at. And 45 for more like 4,600 to 5,100. There's a few, South Americans. There's a few. There's a couple of stations from, there's WWCR and WRMI that are also broadcasting in that range. But no, it's not what we remember from the good old days. I still remember, like, afternoons starting to hear the African stations. And then as the night goes on and the African stations would, shut down for the night, and you'd have all the Central South American stations coming in. That was so cool. That was really, really cool back in the day, definitely. But do try, and if you are planning, I didn't change the light. The light is weird. If you are planning if you're planning a trip to South America, go and check out, go and bring a portable radio and go and check out the tropical bands, because there are more than what is listed. Apparently, there are a lot of very, very low powered tropical stations in South America that can only be heard if you're pretty much in South America only. Did I see South Africa? South America. If you go to South America for a trip, you bring a radio with you. You might hear some of those really weak ones that never make up, never make it up to the to North America. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board. Says Pirates on 6850 and 6925. Let's see if we hear something. Yep. 6850 is there. $6925 is there. Both of them are coming in over here. 6925 and 6850. Two Pirates on now in the frequency range. Thanks for letting us know, Brian, and welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. Quartz Clock says he had New Zealand clear in White Rock last night. Brian Leesner, I remember the first time I tipped over a number station, female voice numbers in Spanish. Yeah, I remember the first time I heard a number station. And it was one of those creepy ones from the 80s that had these little tunes before. I was like, oh man, this is so weird. Like the Lincolnshire Poacher. That one was something. Jean-Will, are you still happy with your Yaesu FTDX10? What would be your dream next rig? Honestly, I like radios, but on a high-end radio like the FTDX10, I have absolutely no desire to change it for anything else. I do not see myself or even think about buying another rig of that, expensive like that. It's like, yeah, I've got that, it's fine. And so, and I when I look at the rigs, I mean, they're all nice. I can't say I look at amateur radio, rigs and tell myself, oh, this is my dream radio or my dream radio. I think pretty much I wanted to have my own, amateur radio, and I chose the FTDX10. I think we can consider it's my dream radio, and I have it. Right. I think that's what I'm pretty much where I am. I rather spend money on radios that are like portables of all sorts of weird stuff. I've got the top-notch ham radio. I don't need anything else. Sorry, guys. Got this lingering cough. So I'm gonna try 9996. Whoops. Yeah. You hear that tone? 9996. That is RWM Moscow time signal. And I'm using CW lower sideband. Why? Because I know that 10,000 kilohertz is WWV. So to avoid WWV, I go down and lower sideband from 9996, which prevents me from hearing what's up at 10 kilohertz. At 10 megahertz, sorry. So right now it's a tone, and they have this alternate schedule where it's time pips. It's Morse code ID RWM. So we're gonna stay there a little bit. One thing I want to check out too. Let's switch here to the other band. So let's go to AM mode. So radio, Voice of Turkey is not there. Brazil is there on 11780. Let's try Brazil on 15150. Doesn't seem to be there tonight. It wasn't there every night this week. But we will keep an eye on 15150 for Brazil. So 9996. So propagation is good because 9996 has RWM. Let's try the other one. Let's try 14996. Nope, it's not on 14, so that one doesn't propagate. But 9996 does. Oops. So 9996, which is the Moscow, Russia time signal station, is coming in here in Montreal. RJ Dakota says, I've been receiving the station 4940, probably Columbia. Yeah. We're not sure of the transmitter site. A lot of people are mentioning that it might be more into Venezuela. Some are saying it's maybe really close to the border. It could be in Colombia, but it's if there's one that comes in here regularly when propagation isn't too bad, it's the 4940 station, El Estación, which is kind of interesting. What else do we have? Dave says, I remember the old ODXing mag in the 80s. Even had a tropical band column. Yep. RJ Dakota, I yearn for the good old days, Africans in the late afternoons and winter, South Americans and Central Americans at night, Pacific stations in early morning hours. Yep. I would make it on my summer vacations, I would make it something official that at least once a week I would have to wake up very early in the morning to go on the radio and see what stations I could hear back in the day. I mean, it was something that you had to do. There were so many stations, plus the regular stations. I mean, yeah, if you want to get nostalgic and oh man, I loved it. I probably like everybody else that lived through that. Yeah, I missed that period of time. Brian Leesner. Yep, both pirate frequencies heard here. ZY3WR, WRMI, good signal on 15770. Pretty cool. RJ Dakota, I get a station on my internet radio. It reminds me of these old tropical stations. No Joy 6850 for old radios. Did anyone mention WDOJ is on 6925? So that would be the pirate I hear 6925. So that's WDOJ. Just gonna check yeah, WDOJ. So that's what I'm hearing on 6925. Oh yeah, and I just heard that dog. And it's still unID'd for 6850, which was a little stronger for me. 6850 was a little stronger for me. Radical Squadron, I'd rather spend money on shortwave radios than drugs. Shortwave radios are my drugs. Yeah, definitely. ZY3 WRs, I don't think there ever a change. I'll catch anything around 6900. There was once a carrier, but that's it. Yeah, you would hear more of the European pirates, and the European pirates are on, a lot of them are from 6200 to 6400. And here we have the Morse code ID of RWM time signal 9996. So the Morse code says RWM. So that's RWM time signal coming out of Moscow, Russia. Yeah, be careful, old radios, because you could be hearing WWV on 10 megahertz. You really have to be in lower sideband if you are in lower sideband. Make sure you don't hear because it's not ticking. Now it is. Now there's just beeps. If this is what it sounds like actually right now. It's the time beeps. So right now it's the time pips that are going on. Dave, the 6900 parts really should wait till later in the day with the days getting longer. Yeah, definitely it's still early, but yeah. My WX50, I never had one, but the Drake R7A was supposed to have a great performer on tropical bands. All right, Craig. Thank you. I'll reply back. RG Dakota is nothing on 6850, 6925. Older radios, 9996, really the good. Make sure it's RWM, because if your filter's too wide, you're actually hearing WWV on 10,000 kilohertz old radios. It's very important. If you heard the Morse code ID, you had the right one, but it's not standard pips. But at least they're not hearing 9996. The H1AO absolutely getting up early, and Radio Ghana was a safe bank. Same with medium wave DXing, good old days. Yep. Bert Chill, have you been able to work any FT8 on 160? I heard you that day we did the experiment. Is your noise floor just too high? Yeah, my noise floor is too high. I did the year that I got my FT-DX10, which what is at least 3 years ago now. Man, when did I buy this radio? So I got my hand license in 2020. So my FT-DX10 must be 4 years old now. Time just flies, eh? That radio is now 4 years old. That when I got my Yaesu, the next door house still had the old woman in it, and my back, my end fed antenna in the back was noisy, but it wasn't as high as it is now. And so back in the day, I made maybe I'd say 100, roughly 100 contacts on a 160 back in the day in FT8 mode, all with US or Canadian stations. But at least I had some contacts, which today is zero. Today I hear it doesn't hear even a signal on 160. So it's today it's impossible. Today it's impossible unless I find some other way of doing, I mean, my signals, it's always the same thing. And that's, from 40 meters and down, it's always the same for me. It's everybody hears me. I hear no one. And that is the main issue here, is the noise floor is too high. So, 40 is workable, but not great. 80 is horrible. And 160 is forget it. That's pretty much the way it is. And I'm lucky that I can work 160. My FT-DX10, even though my antenna in the back is not meant to be used on 80 or 160, for some reason, my FTDX10 says, yeah, I tune it. I'm capable of tuning it. So it's not too much out of whack. But what I see is that people hear me. I just don't hear them. When I was doing 80 meters FT8 with Matt, MDK2, that's in the chat sometimes, he would see that when I call CQ, there was a lot of stations calling back. But I would see, no, I wouldn't have any stations here. It wouldn't show up. I couldn't hear them at all. So it's kind of sad because that's my situation. I'm in a situation where, dang, it's, the only way I could do, one of the things I'd like to do is, do some European DX on 80 and even 160. I see all of these signals. When I see signals, I see these guys talking to Europe on 160, and I'm like, oh God, for me, that was a dream. It's like dreaming of getting and making a contact to Europe on 160. Oh man, that would be just great. But forget it. 80, I've never made a contact on 80 with Europe. All the stations I have are the, Canadian and US. So for me, 40 is kind of the limit. It's not great, but it's probably the last band before we go down that I can make a contact. I did do some 60 meter FT8 at one point, and I believe I might have a couple of Europeans on 60 meter FT8, but that's from a few years ago. So I don't think today that would work. Microwave Mick, shortwave radio is dope. Yeah, it is. What makes us happy and do things and continue with things is it's like a drug. It's like in our brain, it wires in a way that it makes us happy, just like drugs. And it's just different, you know? So Y3WR 13845, which is WWCR strong. Crouchers Eye, Crouchers Kitchen. Drake R7A was the radio everyone wanted back in its day. I remember if I had the money back then, probably my first choice back in 1990 when I got my Kenwood 5000, I probably would have loved instead a Drake R8. But that radio here was like $500 or $600 more. And I definitely would have loved one of those Japan Radio NRD 525. That also was out of reach. That was too expensive. The Kedwadar 5000 was expensive, but was closer to the possibility range that I had. And when I found that guy in the, when my brother found that guy in the classified ads that sold one for $900, it was jackpot. That's definitely in the range I can pay from back in the day. And I still remember when we went there. I still remember going with my brother, and the guy had it. It was, it was not used. It was still in the box. The guy had the AM filter that you had to replace in it. So he knew, whoever told him to buy it knew, what it was all about. And it was new. I mean, he showed me it came from Radio Lorenz downtown here. He showed me the sales receipt. It was just, the radio it was 6 months old. It was still on warranty. You could still return it to the store if something happened. And I mean, the guy didn't use it. The guy, I think, just bought it and maybe at some point, just like, man, you know what, why did I buy this? And so, and I even bluffed because I had 900. I had his 900, but I bluffed. I said, oh, I got only 800. It was to be okay. And he said, fine. And I was like, yeah. And my brother says, when we were back in the car, my brother says, I only have 800. I said, hey, I bluffed. I thought if I can save another 100, why not? Why not? If he caves in, why not? If he doesn't, okay, I'll give you 900. But and I got it. I went home with that thing. I was so happy. I still remember the first day that I plugged it in and put the antenna and everything, and I was like, oh God, now I am in the big leagues. I got a real radio with that Kenwood R5000. Brett Woolley says, got it. Time signal weak in Oklahoma. Rick Myers, bummer, had to disconnect. Got alert for lightning within 10 miles. Microwave Mick, the Drake R8 is a beautiful animal, but I could never afford it. Martin, 9996 apparently doesn't exist here at the moment, but 4996 does. Yeah, it depends where you are. And if you're in Europe, or you should hear 4996 in Europe. Brett Woolley, does anyone know any techs who can work on my Drake R8? That's always a question today. Who can repair those radios now? Paul Stringer, never heard anyone on 160 meters. I used to hear these. I used to hear these guys on in northern New York that had this little chit chat every night on 1850 on this 160-meter band. For me, it was like fun. It's like, oh wow, this is like such a low frequency range, you know. It was pretty cool. Mad Reader DXer, at least you and I did a 12-meter contact on FT8, and remember I was only using 20 watts of power, so all credit to you for receiving me. Oh, that was cool. That was cool. That was cool. We tried a few days in a row, and then we got it. It's a question of trial and having the good propagation between us and so on. Honestly, if it wasn't for all that noise, I am very amazed at what I can get here. And I'm sure some people are watching, or some people watching my videos are amazed that I can get all of what I get. Even though I know that what I'm getting, yeah, okay, yes, I am receiving it, but I know that the noise floor is so high, it's just crazy. And I could get so much more. And I think it's a question of perspective. If I look at some of you telling me I hear nothing where I live and I can't put out an external antenna, you guys are in a worse situation than I am. And I'm complaining that I can't hear stuff because of the noise, when you just wish you could hear at least what I hear. And yeah, I get that. It's all a question of perspective, And some of you have some great space and can very low noise and hear stuff that I could only dream hearing. So yeah, it's a question of perspective. It's like, yeah, I'm in a bad situation, but in reality, if I compare myself to a lot of people, yeah, it is. Stop complaining and stop whining. It isn't that bad. Yeah, I guess we can say it like that, but still, it's fun if we could hear all the stuff. It's just crazy. RJ Dakota, WA0RCR is a station for some on weekends if they can find it from Winsville. Well, you know what? When I used to live the old place before, noise floor was really low and I could hear tons of stations. And one of the things I would listen to was the WA0RCR amateur radio news. It was strong enough there with the no noise that I had that I could listen to it. And now, if I, in a good day, tune around with the loop on the icon, when I put myself in sideband, I can hear the slight carrier. So I know that it's there, but it's just washed out in the noise. I just can't listen to what it is and what they're saying. But man, that thing has been running for a long time because I guess I listened to that in 1995, 94, 95, 96. One of the things I also miss is, you guys remember when there was a space shuttle launch? There was what is it? WA3NAN, the Goddard Space Center amateur station, would broadcast all the audio transmissions between the shuttle and NASA. And that was so cool. You know, I told you guys about that funny moment where my brother, for once, found that it was just so cool. My brother was always like, "Oh, you're always." Every time he would mention, you know, when I would listen to the radio, it was like, "Oh, you're listening to that noise again." It's so annoying. And he meets a new girl, and one day he brings his girlfriend home, and to introduce his girlfriend to everybody. And you know, it's like, "Oh, this is my brother," and oh, he's a little genius. With his radio, he can listen to the space shuttle. And I'm like, "You don't give a f about what I do, but now that you have a girlfriend, you want to impress her by, his little brother's a genius listening to the space shuttle on his radio." Yeah, that's a way to pick up chicks. Try to impress your girlfriend with, "My brother listens to the space shuttle." Oh man, that I will always remember. Uh, hey, EA3IEK 4998 URE. Nice to have you here from Barcelona in Spain. Gabriel, nice to have you on board. Says, "I'm here for the soothing sounds of shortwave." Nice to have you here. For this Crafter's Kitchen, I ended up getting an ICOM R71A. Fantastic for a single sideband, but the filters are too narrow for AM shortwave broadcasts. Very stable radio still. Keegan DXer, yes, we were talking about you today. Nice to have you here. How are you? Been a while watching on my phone due to problems with my laptop in January. May have repaired or replaced. Well, it's nice to have you here. We were wondering what happened. Oh, you know, I understand it totally, Keegan. That you could be dealing with depression. You know, you had a shock basically with all that happened in the last year and a half, and it's a tough thing to cope with. And you got to hang in there, and you got to take it easy. And remember, you got friends in all of us here. You know, there's a reason why this place is great. And it's when somebody pops up and says, "Hey, we haven't heard from such or such in a long time. I hope he or she is okay." And that's what happened today. It's like, we haven't heard from Keegan in a long time. And you know what? That means that you have a lot of people that care for you. And don't forget, don't forget that a lot of people like you and love you. So you know what? Hang in there, okay? I want you to hang in there. Really nice to see you here. um, what else do we have? So let's go down here. Okay. The H1AO said that Ken would stop their TS line. They sounded so good. False string, I was looking at my WRTH handbook. I didn't realize that Brazil transmits on 60 megahertz FM. Oh, really? I didn't know that. So NY3WR, yeah, I want to hear WRMI, but in my region it's 99% Chinese. RJ Dakota says Canada is not the same company anymore. I know that they're really focusing on business radio and military stuff. WSRI Homebrew says, Jill, I moved here partly for the low noise and land. Working Europe on 160, especially on CW, has been a real geeky treat. Feels like winning a lottery each time it happens. Yeah. Radical Squadron, yes. WA3NEN. Jean Will, what is your view about digital modes? DMR, C4FM, D-Star, do you experience these digital modes? I don't have anything to receive most of them. I do have a ICOM ICR30 portable that does D-Star, and I can listen to D-Star repeaters. I'm okay with that. I mean, I think amateur radio needs to move forward, and moving forward means new means of communications, digital stuff, anything that is links, like, repeaters that link through the internet to make communications between the repeater, like here in Montreal and, somewhere else. It's fine. I got no problem with that. I think that is the future. That's where that we have to move on. Amateur radio has to move on. It can't stay, SSB voice and Morse code and, hey, be happy. No, we have new modes. We have new digital opportunities. The hobby moves forward, and we have to move forward with the technology we're given to make it better. I'm very, very tired of the old amateur radio generation that always poo-poos the new technology and aren't happy with FT8 and are, if you're in that category, I think maybe it's time you move on to a new hobby, because we're moving on. And FT8 is an example of that. You hate FT8? Why do you hate it? It actually makes more people into the amateur world. You know what? And not just that, FT8 has the advantage that if you have a noisy area and you have tough stuff for you to make DX, it might be the only mode that still makes you and helps you create DX. It's still a radio transmission from your transceiver to some other amateur around the world that's replying back and so on. People have a hard time because it's computers that are talking to each other, but there's still a human behind it. It's a mode, and you know what? We got to move on. We have to move forward if you want to have the, the amateur radio hobby continue to exist. And so I hear a lot of poo-pooing that every time I hear it, I'm like, tired of that. Tired of people like not happy with this or that. It's like, let people do what they want to do. Do what you want to do. And no, FT8 is not taking people away of voice or anything. Just do what you want to do. You want to have more voice on the freaking frequency bands? Call CQ. Because the majority of those that are complaining, they don't even call CQ themselves. So it's like, you know what? Stop complaining, stop whining. Do amateur radio the way you like it. And I'm telling you, I'm been a ham now for what? 5 years, more than 5 years now. And I can just say one thing, is that I ain't the one complaining about anything except the idiots that are complaining. That's all. Fred Waterer, I remember listening to all night to W3NEN as they tried to troubleshoot a printer. Paul Stringer, I once heard NASA around 6 megahertz. I could make what they were saying, but I heard time peep after transmission. Yeah, you probably heard WA3NA on the 40-meter band, I would guess, Paul. MJP Radio Crime Boss. Nice to have you here. Brian Leesner suiting weird, but I like WWV playing in the background. Yeah, it's cool. You know, I leave a radio on with something that I know. And a great example. I was hearing a signal from a marine station that was coming out of South America. I think it was Brazil last year or something. And it was like, you know, just Morse code identification and so on. And I was like, I left it there. And I realized that all day that I worked doing stuff in my, I had left the radio on that frequency and I could hear it all day. And it was like, it's just cool. I'm hearing Brazil. I mean, there's this little signal from Brazil coming in. There's, you know, don't have me explain why. It's just that my brain is wired that it's like, oh, this is cool. This is cool. Jim Gordon, I can sympathize with you. I have a small flat with virtually no. Let's go back up. Access to open air, so I do my best with an AN200 and lone wires. Real DX is outdoors in the local parks. Yep. I plan on doing a lot more outdoor walk in the park stuff this year because I realize it's the only way I'm going to have fun with radio to a, you know, the extent where you can really DX something. So David in Barcelona. TV Ostrowski says, yes, this is a special place. It is definitely. No problem, Keegan. We're really happy to see you tonight. ZY3WR, Radio Exterior España, all three frequencies strong. Dave, what if you used a loop for receive on 160 and your sloper for transmit? Yeah, that is a is exactly something that I was thinking about. One of the examples of that, Dave, when I tried 80 meters with Matt MDK2 in Colorado. And you know, made me realize that I could that people were calling me and I couldn't hear them. I did an experiment, and what I did is I put my SDR with my magnetic loop and the software to decode FT8 on my PC, and I called CQ a few times on 80 meters. And I noticed that my computer here, my setup with the NFIT in the backyard would not receive anything back. But on the SDR with the loop, I could see stations replying back to me. They were trying to make a contact with me. So it's like, yeah, okay, I see them on the loop. I don't see them on the NFED. So that is something that I didn't think about, finding a way to have, you know, some loop to hear what I can't hear and transmit with my sloper. That is an idea that did came to my mind. Now the thing is to have it all working together, which is where I'm not yet. Fred Waterer, yep. Take care, Craig Martinetti. Always nice to have you here. Others on Crafter's Kitchen. Kenwood is still a big name in amateur radio, especially in Japan and US. Do they still make new ham radio gear? Kenwood. Kenwood. Because, I mean, today, Kenwood used to be very, very intense. And what I understand today is that we hear a lot more about, you know, ICOM and Yesu in the amateur field. We kind of not really hear about Kenwood much anymore in the amateur radio gear. I look at their website here in Canada, and I can tell you one thing. I have a hard time finding anything amateur radio. I found their page for amateur radio now, but it's like it's really not what is the focus of their website. Their website's pushing us to professional communications much more. So here, amateur radio, and they're pushing us with what? So the TS990S. Now these look good. TS590SG looks like an old radio. I don't want to poo-poo Kenwood, but I look at some of their, okay, the TS990S looks very, very high-end with the screen and the SDR-like stuff. That looks nice. Yeah, they have some interesting stuff. Yeah, that looks cool. That 990S looks really cool. I don't know how much it's cost, but ouch. It looks expensive. But they seem to try to focus on other things, though. It's interesting. Tivo Ostrowski, I'm quite happy with IRLP on 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Lots of great nets and contacts around the world. Jasmine says, no one likes a sad ham. Like I listened to a Saturday morning. When I think about it, because I always forget, there's the StarNet, which is the Francophone, worldwide Francophone net. And I like that. I mean, with D-Star, and everybody's connected through the internet with links, so we hear stations popping up on the repeater in D-Star with, like, from Switzerland and France and Belgium and here in Quebec. It's cool. I like that. I find that so cool and so much fun. It's like, yeah, that is the future of amateur radio. That's where it goes. There's not just HF stuff. We got to link all of this thing together. We got to link that internet with everything we do also. It's part of it. It's like here. I remember one guy saying, I don't understand why people are attracted to your show. It's like, you're not on the radio. I'm not on the radio. I'm about the radio, though. And I push people tuning around signals. I help people doing things with their radio that maybe they didn't do before, using the internet to do it. It's like people are like just so minded. A lot of them are so minded that unless everything is radio, forget it. No, look, I'm using the internet to promote and to have fun with everybody that has radio. And I think it's a great, great way to promote radio. And with YouTube and the internet, it's a way to find younger people coming in and saying, oh, what's that guy doing live? And, oh, look at that. He's doing things with radio I didn't even know existed. And maybe bring somebody new into the hobby. That's the way it is. That's the future. And that's the way we got to look at it. Radical Squadron, I've been an amateur radio operator for 30 years. I know one thing. If I have to talk about my amateur license. So you guys know my sister that died in 2011 was an amateur operator. And I remember back in the day, she got her license, I was probably 14-ish. And she said, you should go get your license too. And I thought, yeah, I should go. But for me, there were obstacles. The obstacles was not, following the course and everything. The obstacle was more like, yeah, but once I have my license, I got no money. How the hell am I gonna get a radio? So, in my head it was like, yeah, look, even if I get my license, I'm not sure I'm gonna get a radio. So, um, I don't know. I don't know. And my listening hobby was satisfying. It was a lot of fun and it was great. And so I stayed a listener for a long time. Now, and when I got my ham license and realizing in the past 5 years now that I have a ham license, it makes me realize that I should have been a ham a long time ago because I missed out on a lot of things. And I missed out first on maybe the lower noise and DXing and doing stuff. But I realized that I'm having a lot of fun making contacts, and that should have been something a long time ago. But contrary to a lot of people where they were listeners and then became hams, and that was their new thing, the listening hobby for me has not gone away. Ham radio operations is a complement. It's like it's an add-on to my life's radio life. So my radio life has just added the possibility now to contact people far away. And it's cool, but it hasn't replaced my listening hobby. I listen way more than I do ham radio. My percentage, if I had to put a balance of amateur radio transmissions listening, I listen 95%, transmit 5%. I listen still more. It's mostly what I do. And I do that 5%. Okay, we're going to transmit, or, I see myself sometimes. That's the funniest part. Sometimes I have my portable radio and I'll be on the ham band in the kitchen and I'll be listening. And then I hear the station from Lithuania trying to make contacts to North America. And that what I'll do is like, oh, okay, he's on 14.247. I'm going to shut down the radio. I run here, turn on the Yaesu, and, do the call and do the contacts. And it's like, okay, finally, I got Lithuania. And then I go back and continue my listening stuff. Sometimes, there's things like that happen, which I find a lot of fun, Madrid DXer, it's sad to see the older AMs doing blogs and putting posts on social media trying to give digital modes a band name, and those of us who use it. Yep. Yep. Bert says, honestly, I think most of the complaints are coming from a place of the get off my lawn old dudes with their health problems. FT8 is great as far as I'm concerned. So many hams on it in DX. Yep. Absolutely. Let me just go down. Okay. What else do we have? Doug Noble, nice to have you here. The round antennas for medium range reception, I bought one, was effective. You put that antenna in back of the radio, tuned to the frequency. Yeah, like the AN200, the loop, the Texan loop. Emil Johnson, nice to have you here. Charlotte Crafter's Kitchen. How about some 24/7 Brothers Stare for background shortwave radio? Eesh, I'm not sure. That would give, you know, that you gave up the hobby real fast with that. Emil Johnson says, I am able to receive many stations from on medium wave thousands of kilometers away here in Europe. Saudi Arabia on 900 kilohertz, which is about 4,400 kilometers away. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. MJP Radio Crime Boss. So yeah, going to the park. I've been going to radio parts and stuff to park to park this TV on 11 meters. ZY3WR, I wonder if there are any off for Radio Inconfidencia. That was the only Brazilian station on shortwave I could catch. Yeah. You don't catch Radio Nacional Amazona? 11780? ZY3WR, you can't catch that one? Describing the human existence, says Kenneth. Complain, complain, complain. Yeah, it's fine, Emil Jensen. No worries. Yeah, medium wave DXing is kind of cool. I don't do enough of it, honestly. David says, I've got to start participating on the Parks on the Air. I'm sure there have to be plenty of parks around your QTH. So, is there, what's the, when we put Parks on the Air, what's the regulations? What's the minimum of what's acceptable to be a Parks on the Air thing? There must be a description or a, I'll go and read it, but you know, it's like any parks, or there's something specific about it. Specific parks that have to be activated. Keegan DXer, I've been DXing medium wave on my Codascend DX 286 using my late dad's W6 LVP loop since around mid-November 2025. So it says New York City and Monterrey, Mexico on 770 on night on occasion. Cool. Cool. The H1AL founded my niche in QRP CW decades ago. Others are into EME or FT8. Why not? We don't hurt each other. And don't we all want to have fun on the bands? Exactly. That's exactly the thing. I mean, yep. You know what? We all do the same thing. You know, I can see the fun in QRP. I mean, very low, you know, very low power. I'm trying to make signals from around the world. You know, it adds a challenge. Fredwater, I found a page of loggings I did in 79 the other day when I was still finding my way in the hobby. Many of the stations I heard are long gone. Yep. I remember finding, I still have it, it's a text file I have, a schedule of shortwave stations that dated from 1981. It was a 24-hour schedules. It was a text file that looks like the IBI space, but dates really, really far back in 1981. And I'm like, I look at the schedule and I'm like, okay, should I cry because all of that is gone, or should I, you know? And there's even stations in there that I didn't even know existed when I was listening to shortwave. So, you know. WSI Albrew, I own the 990. It's a wonderful machine, but it's starting to get a little dated. You know, when you compare the Kenwood page to the icon page, for example, and even the Yesu page, it sounds more like, it looks more like, you know, we've not been investing in innovation like ICOM or Yesu are doing in amateur radio. When I was looking at the page, it was like, looks a little dated when you compare it to everything else that everybody is coming up with. Not counting all this stuff now coming out of China. You know, I bet you that in the next years, you'll have some top-notch, amazing gear for amateur radio, Chinese made, with some Chinese branding on it. And you're going to be like, this, you're going to drool over it. You're going to be like, oh God, this is ICOM multiplied by 10 and at a price that you can't beat because it's made in China. Bobby Burgess says your choice, and at 23 UT. The shortwave radiogram on 9455 to decode in MFSK 32 or 15770 for the voice of shortwave radio. Kenneth says, Joe, the Kenwood sounds great now if you can point me to a money tree. Yeah, if you find one, can you just like tell me in private, and I'll do the same. If I find one, I'll send you the link to the money tree. Yeah, that's what I've been noticing out of Kenwood, MGP Radio Crime Boss. They've been focusing on professional stuff for governments and law enforcement, and like they're focusing on, you know what? It's very simple. They're focusing where the real money is. I mean, making radios for police department probably racks in a lot more money for that company than amateur radio gear, where a ham operator doesn't want to pay more than $5 of it's the way it is. It's like we're not made of money, so we try to get to the lowest price possible, or try to save money somewhere. So hey, if you go to government stuff, hey, down there's money. And it's like, you're going to sell, you're going to make a lot more money, and you don't bother with anything else. Candace says, just don't sit on your radios. Yeah, I'm going to try to. I'm going to try to. TV Dostowski's got two Kenwoods, the older ones, TS430S and TS520SE. So, Martin says there was some discussion on AR or RRI previously, and during the current transmission, they seem to only be on 7220 and not 9740. Did not check the early transmission today, though. Yeah, they're having a lot of transmitter issues, and they're having a hard time to use the all the frequencies. So when you look at a schedule, often they'll have two frequencies available. Only one will always be working. Hey guys, if you like what I do, don't forget super chat. Here, you can give a little something. It's greatly appreciated. And there's the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal, and that has been helping me tremendously, guys, over the last year. You have no idea. Please, if you like what I do, if you would be sad to see that this is gone forever, you know what? Think about it. It is much appreciated. And this is what keeps this going on. Your donations have been pretty much what supports the channel right now. So think about it. If you don't want to see this go away, I would not like to see this go away. But this is, my paycheck, pretty much. So at some point, you got to make decisions. So thanks for everybody that have donated. I understand for those that can't. And don't forget, whatever amount helps. So super chat right here on the chat, or through PayPal. Much appreciated. Thanks, guys. Keegan has his late dad's ICOM IC76, 706 and IC7300. So all you need to do is get your ham radio license, Keegan. Maybe that would be a great way to compensate when things are not totally going right and have a little depression. It keeps your mind off other things, and maybe it could be fun to go there and be a ham radio operator. And make your dad real proud too at the same time. Artist Out of Croucher's Kitchen. My dad obsessed over noise on ham bands even in the 80s. He was an engineer, so like sonic perfection. If he could hear how noise is today, oh God, he would go crazy. He would go crazy. So we're gonna put let's check out 15770. Still hearing RWM 9996. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through 115. At the same time, see if so no 15 150 tonight. Something here. Spain on 15 500. It's a little weak though tonight. WRMI 15770.
Contact us at info@wrmi.net. Waiting in the
The voice of Shortwave Radio is signing on. 15770. Okay, that's
voice Shortwave Radio. I'm your host, Wavecraft Guy. This broadcast is being transmitted by WRMI.
all right. So we have. Wow, getting hail and where you are, Mike WX50. Ouch.
This broadcast is also transmitted by Shortwave Radio in Lower Saxony, Germany on 3975 kilohertz.
Arthur's out of Grafter's Kitchen says 80 meters used to be the prostate enlargement band. Oh man. Cosmic Lettuce in radio, as with many things, there's room for everyone, and it's cool no matter what radio mode you choose to be in. Absolutely. Nice to have you here, Cosmic Lettuce.
Check it out there. And if there are any changes to the schedule, that's when I would send out
Michael, rain in 43 in northern New Jersey. Ouch. Here we're still at we're at 58 Fahrenheit here. So not too bad. David says, same here. I started out as a shortwave listener around 2008. Later on in 2019, I took the test to fully become a ham and continue being a shortwave. There's a reason I have both my ham and shortwave listening call signs in my username. Kira Ostrowski says, complaining about subcultures happened everywhere, and photography and motorbikes and ham radio too. Tribalism and snobbery, but not here. Yep. Seed Child Fan USA. I was a ham for the last 5 years and learned about shortwave listening from you, and what a nice compliment to my ham hobby and overall radio hobbies. Thank you. Cool. I'm happy to hear that. I'm here to hear that. So many hams were listeners, and when they became hams, forgot about their listening roots, as we're going to call it. And I find that sad, because it's like the best hams, let's say it, the best hams are the ones that listen the most. The ones that just, talk and shout, they're the ones that never understand anything. So I can tell you that.
And now, how to follow us and get more information about VOSR International.
So ZY3WR says sometimes 6180, but weak. Simple of your live stream 55555. Now you want to have a QSL card.
A few hours before broadcasts go on, kind of give a little summary on a couple of segments that are coming up during that broadcast. And of course,
so it's kind of nice. RJ Dakota, in some countries like Brazil, the FM band expanded down to 76 megahertz since TV was abandoned. Should be the case. We should do that in North America. I would like that. And how many radios we buy today from China go down to 76 anyways? I think that'd be nice. I mean, the FM band here in Montreal, the FM band is just saturated. I don't even know if there's one frequency available. I've been in contact with a guy named Joe Temecki, and he's ahead of the public radio in Vermont. And what's happening is that the Vermont public radio on 107.9 has a big listenership here in southern Quebec and in Montreal. And when they do their funding drives, a lot of the money that goes into the funding comes from here. We have a new station in Joliette, Quebec, that is supposed to come on. It's a country music station. And they are on 107.9. And from the antenna pattern that we see on the map, they possibly would interfere with NPR in Vermont, especially here in Montreal. So, I've been monitoring the station, the frequency, because I'm in the perfect place where if that station starts broadcasting their, country music, I probably will hear it. And so I've been, almost 2 or 3 times a week, I've been like turning on the radio and monitoring 107.9, and especially because there's a rule that station in Joliette, Quebec should be operational not later than May, I think it's May the 23rd or something like that, which means, we are roughly a month away. That means there could be at any time test transmissions, or at any time they could just switch on and say, hey, we're here. So that is kind of a big problem for them. So I'm going to check it out. I'm going to listen in and I'm going to see, and if they ever switch on. The only thing that could be happening, and I wonder if that's not the case right now, if they've not asked for an extension to have a little more time before they turn on the transmitters. But that's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen with that. A station in Joliette, Quebec, which is northeast of Montreal, turning on their transmitters. That's going to be an interesting battle with, and there's nothing they can do about it because the rules, the regulations of the CRTC is that if you interfere with a U.S. station, that doesn't count. If you interfere with a U.S. station in the U.S. territory, that will count. But if a station from the U.S. that comes into Montreal suddenly becomes, impossible to listen to in Montreal, that doesn't count. It doesn't matter because that U.S. station is not Canadian. It doesn't. It's not counted as something that is a problem. So we'll see what happens with that. I don't know what's going to happen. Free to choose. I noticed when watching videos about porks on the air, the parks are numbered. Are those numbers attributed by the government? David says Porks on the Air website has a map of the complete listings of parks that have been referenced within their database. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. Okay, check that out. To answer your question, free to choose. I don't think it's not government listed. I think it's the organization behind Parks on the Air listed. It's like the DXCC. It's like it's a list created, but it's not registered by the government or anything. It's like different organizations with different groups that decide, well, this is our list of countries around the world. Because if you notice, there's way more countries on the amateur bands than there are actually in the world. So that's the thing. With the conflict between North Korea, supported by China and the Soviet Union, You know what? We should add a new one with like what for cosmic lettuce. We should have a telescopes on the air. Telescopes on the air. It's a deal, Kenneth says. All right. If me and Kenneth start getting a lot of radios, you guys should ask yourself a few questions. Shelly, it's nice to have you here. I don't even remember if I said hi, but hello, Shelly. Nice to have you on board. Keegan says sometimes KCKN from Roswell, New Mexico on the same frequency. David says just find the parks around your QTH which have a parks on the air reference. Okay. All right. I'm going to check it out. Yeah, I'm sure there must be a lot of parks around the area. And, you know, without going too much into details, free to choose, we all know that every time something goes through a government, it always is way too expensive all the time. The Radical Squadron Worldwide, Flora and Fauna, the United States Division, KFF choose the numbers for the parks. So it's the Worldwide Flora and Fauna that gives the numbers of the parks. That is interesting. Thank you, Martin, for the donation. Any amount helps. It doesn't matter how big it is. The important thing is to give a donation. That's all. Because it doesn't matter what the amount is all about. It's, you know, if we say it all the time, if everybody gave $1, it would be nothing for most people. And, you know, with all the like, I get like close to 2,000 views every week on this live feed. I mean, imagine just a $1, and it doesn't. It costs nothing for people, pretty much. Andy, lobster season on Prince Edward Island was delayed for high winds, so able to tune in again today. Cool. So does that mean that lobsters, it's when we get our lobster time soon, it's going to be delayed also? There was a I saw something, Andy. I thought about you because I saw a article not that long ago about one of those guys that are on those big boats, fisherman boats, commercial fishing boats, that died while he was working. And it's like, wow, these things are dangerous. You really, really need to be careful. I mean, we don't see it, and you know, it's something nobody of us realizes, but some people are taking really huge chances with their own lives for us to eat stuff, including fish and lobster. We need to think about that. You know, I mean, I've worked in some sleazy, crappy jobs in my life. I can tell you one thing. If somebody knows of the most crappy stuff in life to work, I have experience. I've been there. Man, all for us to be happy. Don't forget. And that goes with our radios. You know, our radios that come from China. Somebody works in that factory that makes the plastic casing. You know, what does that factory look like? You know, there must be tons of, you know, toxic chemicals around him. And he's, you know, paid minimum Chinese wage. And we're all happy with our little radio here in North America, or, you know, I think about that sometimes because it's like, yeah, there's somebody doing all of that just for us. Keegan, my late sister paid for a ham license test for me last year. Just need to finish it. Cool. You know, and take your time. And you know what? I'm sure you can do it. You know what, Keegan? A friend of mine that lives in Massachusetts, he lives in a condo, and there's 0 outdoor antennas possible. That guy has put up a dipole in his living room ceiling, and I don't know how many countries he's contacted yet, but it's like more than 100. More than 100. It ain't the best. It ain't the best, but it's good enough that he was able to do that. Take care, Rick Myers. Stay safe. I know the craze about baseball and hockey are Montreal Canadiens are. It's like everybody's going crazy now. ZY3R says 17,715 moving in compared to 15,500. Jim Gordon says that the SDR in the Netherlands now SDR now transmitting Radio 6 International via Monte Carlo. You can hear 1467 on 1,000,000 watts, 1 megawatt. Imagine the transmitter for 1,000,000 watts of power. I would not go next to that thing. Dave, I'm an opposite. I did a radio contacts from 85 to 2000 and now only do shortwave listening. That's interesting. So you changed from a AM radio operator to, just listen now. Of course, like just started studying. Thank you to Brooke Tim. Always nice to have you here. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, the Quintessent DX286 can go down to 76 if you have to activate that function in the menus. ZY3 says really strange conditions. WRMI without external antenna is strong. Kenneth says maybe the FCC could allocate the AM stations repeaters there. Yeah. There's Autocrat's Kitchen planning on taking a drive out to Western Massachusetts on Monday. May take the Sony with me and run on batteries and see what I guess. This week we're supposed to have temperatures in the 70s. I expect to do a few late afternoon walk in the park and also bring my drone because I want to do a few drone videos of the park. I'll share the drone videos of the park. Free to choose. Is there still a market for country music in Quebec? Only old cheesy. You know what? Free to choose. Have you seen the country music festival that happens here on Ile Sainte-Hélène here in Montreal? It attracts 50,000 people. So I'm gonna tell you one thing. I think there is a country music possibility. I mean, this is crazy. Last year, the I don't remember the name what they called it, but that country music festival that they had here in Ile Sainte-Hélène and the islands, 50,000, more than 50,000 people showed up. It seems to be attracting a lot of people, more than you think. I can tell you that, more than you think. Because you got to be careful because you're talking old cheesy farts. That's what you here in Quebec we used to call it, country western music. That's the old stuff. The country music, some of it sound very, very close to rock genre, honestly. Doesn't know if we had a local 100 kilowatt station here on 107.3, but it's still, I can still hear 107.7 and 107.9 really good. Fred Waters says, "Hold cheesy farts." I resemble that remark. I know old cheesy face, but that's a different thing, and I should not have said that. MJP Radio Crime Boss. I got a question. Anybody still listen to 1010 Canada? You mean CFRB in Toronto? Let's just say it's not the same that it used to be. I hear it here. I know one thing, and for those of you that still don't know, if you are a listener of CFRB 1010 or CFRX 6070, apparently the land where the antennas are is for sale. And if somebody buys it, that means buy antennas, which I believe means buy 1010 and 6070. So I don't know what's happening with that yet, honestly. But apparently the land where the antennas are is for sale. RJ Dakota, in fact, I think that ultimately some stations will move into an expanded FM band, others into the main band, depending on priority. Yeah. To Rook 10, public radio stations tend to be at the other end of the FM band. Yeah, I believe it has to do with some of the, because FM stations, you might think that, sorry, the FM band is just, frequencies are just like everybody's on frequency, whatever you find. No, there are rules on where a public radio station can be if you've noticed anything that is community radio, campus community radio, have you noticed they're all on the lower bands? These are all rules. They can't be everywhere. It's like the AM band. AM band have clear channels, and they also have, the graveyard channels. There's all sorts of things. There's in the middle channels. FM band is also split into specific areas depending on the type of programming and organization that you are going to be. So that is why often the public radio stations are on the edge and the commercials in the middle with a few other mixed in, but there are regulations for that actually. Tiberi Ostrowski, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. Through PayPal, yes, absolutely, because if you donate through YouTube Super Chat, you always have to remember that 30% of your money is going to YouTube directly. And if you donate through, whoops, I almost lost my keyboard. Donate through PayPal, even though there is often a fee, that fee is much smaller than 30%. That fee is often just a few percent. So that's why, of course, PayPal is the much preferred place to donate. But it's up to you guys what's easier, and that's where I was like, I never say anything. It's just like where it's easier for you. So thank you, and thank you, Mark Brando, also for donations. So it's much appreciated through PayPal. Really, really is appreciated. Okay, and so WSMI Bruce says, I actually do much more shortwave listening now than before. I encountered this channel. I started as a shortwave listener, then went to ham, now maybe 50-50. So that's cool. That's cool. Fred Waterer says, I'll just go back where I saw it, because I lost the spot.
reception, how it was when you were listening, and we'll get it on the air. You can post it to the post yourself, and I will read them and put them in the next segment. So first off, we have Drifter Hunt.
Okay, I'm a little too far here. Trying to find my spot. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay, Fredwater at 1010 is not really my cup of tea, but is a local for me in Niagara. Yeah, and they changed in the last couple of years. It's not the same 1010 that it used to be also. WF7 round brew for me, the SDRs have been really a game changer and greatly increased fun for my hobby. Yeah, that definitely also is the case. Thank you, Kevin, for the donation. Doing laundry and listening to the show. Nice to have you here. Mike B, I sent you a picture of my weather conditions. So let's check that out. What are the weather conditions of our friend here? Oh, that's nice. Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that. You got to find a pot of gold now. This is his weather conditions. Beautiful. We see two rainbows. That is kind of nice. That is nice. Definitely. And it was still daylight on 6160 kilohertz. This is such a cool show. We will listen out for you in the future. Reception was catchy. So, that's nice. Thank you, David. That was really neat. I have heard of some cars we do have a shortwave radio feature that you can get added to them. So really neat. Shelly Sykes, one of the guys from Dangerous Catch, just died going over. Yeah, that's probably what I saw, Shelly. That's probably what you're mentioning. He was somebody that was like one of those popular guys everybody knows on those shows. Yeah, it's like, you know, that's a dangerous job. I can tell you one thing. Fredwater, I worked in the kitchen of a restaurant as a teenager. There was specialty was Alaskan king crab, lovingly prepared in the kitchen. You can't do everything lovingly with a meat cleaver. Kevin says, my worst job was a millwright for a steel mill in New Jersey. I saw two of my friends buried alive when a casting pot bubbled over. I got out shortly after. The money was good. The job very dangerous. Oh, man. Imagine all of those jobs we did when we were younger, that today we would like, why did I freaking do that? Well, there's a short answer to that. We need a job and we need to work. Pay the bills. So thank you for the donation, Gabriel. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Red Wooly, just before you say no to Maine for your RF addiction. Keegan, I've been doing some FM DXing on occasion with rabbit ears antenna on top of a shelf between two windows. So works well with Tropo and eSkip. Hey Matt, MDK2, nice to have you on board. Dave, I ran across you on YouTube in 2017 running the Fedry SDR and thought how cool that is. I got the SDR play from Radio World in Toronto. Renewed that hobby for me. Cool. Kenneth, KW61, I worked for Injection Molding Plastic Factory for 10 years. Remember signing all the cancer warning papers. That I just saw Molding Plastic Factory and I said, oh man. All right, there we go. My crappiest job, I worked in a very small t-shirt printing. They would do printing with silkscreen. What you don't know with a job like that is that, okay, but we might need to do things with that silkscreen later. So since now we won't have a contract with them again, you got to go and clean that with all those freaking chemicals. I remember one day the boss said we got to clean the machines, and we used thinner to clean the machines because it was the only thing that worked to remove all of the crap we had to put, including the glue we had to put so that the t-shirts, stay put on the tables. There was a big machine with silkscreen stuff that would come down, and the tables would move for each different features. People don't know, but if you have a t-shirt with silkscreen and it has 10 colors, there's 10 different silkscreen sheets, each with their own color, that have to come down, and it has to be one at a time until at the end you have a full colored picture on it. And I still remember the boss says, "Oh, you got to clean the machines," and we ended up that day. It was a Friday. I tell you one thing, we ended up cleaning the machines. They were like spick and span, but we were looking at each other and laughing for no reason. And it was like, yeah, we are intoxicated with the chemicals of this shitty factory. I can tell you one thing. Today I still remember. It's like, yeah, I did that. Today it's like, of course it would be like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm gonna do that? No. Yeah, I was what, 22, 21. I needed a job. I needed to have money. But that was disgusting. I worked there, I think, a year and a half and left. Patsy Cline, oh man. Tostin, I'll find myself doing more with just a car radio these days. They're usually very sensitive and selective. I don't think I've ever had a bad radio in the car. I mean, I don't have my car, but I rented cars several times in the last 15, 20 years. And I've always found that the radios in those rented cars were absolutely amazing. And their reception. Brett, will you have a QSL card from the Schlitz Beer Ham Station that they maintained for the brewery workers' break time? Wow. Oh man. So there's a Eurythmic station song, very strong on 6925. Any other stations? $68.50 still there, real strong. Still strong. Yeah. So the Pirates are so it's still NID 6850. There's one on 5128 apparently. 5128. Oops, 528. I don't have a Pirate in the 5128. There's a very strong AM Pirate on 5130. very strong 5130 with some heavy metal music. 5130, very powerful. That is very powerful. It's like S9 plus 20 here in Montreal on 5130. That is a hell of a strong one.
Messages from Radio Timtron Worldwide.
Oh, wow. It's WBCQ. It's Radio Timtron Worldwide. It's not even a pirate. It's Radio Timtron International. Now it figures why they're so powerful.
That's right. With Pillsbury's new marijuana helper, there'll be enough of this Colombian to go around for everybody. And look, marijuana helper makes our dope look as rich and potent as the best red vine.
Marijuana helper.
Marijuana helper, yeah.
This from every ounce you buy, thanks to Pillsbury's new marijuana helper.
Honey, you're a genius.
There. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Pillsbury's new marijuana helper from the makers of Angel Dust Cake. Pillsbury.
It really works.
And now, here's an anti-drug message from film and TV star Lassie.
Radio Timtron Worldwide.
Radio Timtron.
Message of this recording. Let's drop acid. Radio Timtron Worldwide.
So that is the powerful station there. WBCQ with Radio Timtron Worldwide. Oh, man. Keegan says, remember listening to Remote SDR somewhere in the Northeast US or Canada and heard both CFRB Toronto and WI. Here in Montreal, this is what I get all the time, Keegan. I get, depending on the night. One night, it's CFRB 1010, super strong. And depending on propagation, another night it will be a WINS New York. Kenneth says, I received my FM DXing while trying to get a Phoenix station. Instead, it got Portland and Salem plus Tacoma, Washington. Wow. Finally, is the FCC doing anything with the lower frequencies that all of my Chinese and Japanese radios capable of? I hear that there's some discussion about expanding the FM band, but I've not heard anything that looks very serious, honestly. So TV Ostrowski says the fee for $10 was 29 cents. That's not bad. On YouTube, it would have been $3. No, it would have been, what, 30%, which is not $3, but, well, yeah, $3. It would have been $3. C. Chalfant USA says, what if we all give $1, not trying to be cheap, but trying to start a wave? It's not a question of being cheap. It's like, that's the thing. You know, that's the thing. Thank you so much for the donation. Every dollar counts, and that's what's important. Kenneth says, I remember cleaning electronics with Carlson carbon tetracycline in the U.S. Navy. Youch. Ouch. Mike B., I used to run paint crews for commercial airliners. I was in charge of all the material data sheets, safety equipment, toluene, MEK, and a whole list of hazardous chemicals. Yeah. Yeah. RJ Dakota, I used to do screen print work. Rather messy with the colors and everything. Oh, definitely. I was wearing a pair of jeans and it was rainbow colored. It's WBCQ MDK2. I didn't think about it first, but with all the heavy music, it was the heavy metal music. It was like it could have been a pirate, because there are some pirates down in 5 megahertz range sometimes. But yep, Tim Tron International. That's WBCQ. Ham Radio Lady, thank you again for the recommendation on my radio. Now I don't need to buy a new one. I love this old Radio Shack DX390. Well, I'm so happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dave. And from the email, all the work that you're doing, that is just fantastic. And if you ever thought about doing a guest spot here on the
DJK Rays, Heroes Radio, Tim Tron, 5130.
you definitely have so many topics right there.
For your children, a few parade. Old radio sounds like those National Lampoon records.
Let me know. And thank you so much for being a listener.
DJK Rays, I hear him on the 80 meter AM frequency chatting with other hams. Yeah, Keegan, marijuana helper. Oh, man. In the US, there are free to choose. There are some pirates on the upper expanded band most of the time, and there's been quite a lot of them. But here in Montreal, hearing one of those was pretty much is very difficult. Very difficult. Fred Water, doesn't Radio Tim Tron do a broadcast for the Shortwave Listening Fest? Or am I confusing it with something else? No, it's the Shortwave Shindig thing that I think you're messing with. The Shortwave Shindig guy that does that. And of course, there will be, for those that, that know about these things, a possible midnight show of Radio Pancho Villa Pirate during the fest next week on Saturday. But, if one were to know these things. Brian Leisner, I worked in high school for a coin jewelry company. I buffed 2 coins with rouge. When I showered after the work, I could cough up the red rouge. My brother worked in a factory where they would his job was to paint all sorts of objects in different colors. And he would come home and he had a mask, but it wasn't that great because he would come home and he would, like use a handkerchief and blow in, and it's like, oh, you work with green today. Imagine all of that was in your lungs. Youch. So next week, Matt MDK2's asking about doing any special for Shortwave Fest. So here's the plan for next week. Next week is the Shortwave Fest. Since I'm part of those that need to be there for the hospitality suite with Sheldon Harvey and all, I'll be busy a lot in that period of time. So, first of all, everybody that is here needs to know that next week's show is on Sunday, not Saturday, because I don't want to, be doing a live show while people might be attending the Shortwave Fest. And it's like, I don't want to interfere with the fest. So I'll be doing the show on Sunday. Next week, the show is Sunday at 20 hours Universal Time. So May the 3rd? That's going to be the live show next week. So we're on Sunday rather than Saturday. For the rest, I'll be in the hospitality suite most of the time. I'll be, of course, I have two computers that will be hooked up. One will be looking at the presentations one will be at the fest, and so I'll be in the hospitality suite if you guys are there. You know, if one were to know these things, somehow there will be I'll be looking at what I can do to bring the Pancho Villa pirate that, who knows, might pop up around midnight on Saturday, and see what's going to be done with that. But yeah, that's always going to happen. Also, I'll be busy with the fest. There'll be the hospitality suite icebreaker Thursday night. Then Friday we'll go into the sessions. Saturday also somewhere, we don't know. I don't know yet. Sheldon gonna let me know. Saturday or Friday or Saturday at around 16 hours UTC. We'll be doing on the hospitality suite a live recording of the International Radio Report show, and we will probably have a guest. That's why we don't know which day is going to be for that. And so next week's show will be Sunday, just to make sure that we don't interfere with each other and that I have my own show. So remember, guys, next week, nothing on Saturday. It's going to be Sunday, 20 hours Universal Time.
The name Skywriter was intended to show an aura of exotic adventures to helicopters product and had a long history with the company. The first helicopters set to be built with the name was 1932 F1. Variations and special versions of the
My WX50 are the drinks free in the hospitality suite. Yeah, well, you know, unfortunately, we haven't developed yet the capability of teleportation of drinks. So it's not going to be part. Unfortunately, you'll have to bring your own virtual drinks. Matt says, I have Saturday work as usual, so no Shortwave Fest for me, but looking forward to Sunday live stream. Cool. And you're going to have a lot of fun, Mike WX50. You're gonna find it really cool. You're gonna want to come back next year. All right, Keegan, that is cool. That is great. Fred Water is signed up for the virtual fest. Cool. Brian Penny will be attending the fest in person, so if anyone here plans on being there, stop by and say hi. So that's pretty cool. And I think it's gonna be nice. I mean, you know, I just can't believe it. I looked at this. I looked at the calendar, and I was looking at stuff today, and I was like, the fest is next week. It's like, you know, we've been talking about it, announcing it for a while, and it just seemed like it's still, you know, that far away thing that people are talking about. And then suddenly it's like, no, it's next week. It's next week. So it's definitely going to be a lot of fun. I've been participating in the Zoom one for a while, and you know, of course, if you know things would work that way, I definitely would probably love to be in person. But for me, it's pretty much impossible for multiple reasons, including my caregiving duties. And so the Zoom is fun, is really fun. And so once again, I'll share the link here if you guys want to go. If you live or are near Fort Washington, Pennsylvania, it's $50 to attend in person. You got to be quick because places are limited. Last number I had, there was like 45 in-person attendees at least. So there's not a lot of places left. And for the Zoom, it's unlimited. So, you know, $15. And even if you can't attend both days, I think $15 just for even for one day. It's great. Keegan, is the Visceral Fest like? Oh, I'm gonna wait for your. Maybe you want to correct something. Ask your question, Keegan. Don't be shy. I have Zoom app on my phone in case you have Zoom meetings in the future. Okay. To Brooke Tim, will we see anything on YouTube? No, it's really a it's really just on Zoom, and it's only for people that have paid their dues to be at the fest. The only thing we'll see on YouTube is that if we is the international radio report that's going to be recorded via Zoom with a special guest. You will see that on YouTube and the international radio report. We will show that there on our YouTube channel. But for the rest of Zoom, it's really a closed event for those that have paid their dues to attend either the Zoom or the in-person event for the Shortwave Fest. And so check it out here. Okay. Let me just do down. 3 years ago, I did my first virtual fest. As a result, I signed up for CIDX and discovered Joe's YouTube show. So that's good. That's good. Keegan says, I didn't know if the Shortwave Fest was available free or required a donation. It's not a donation, it's a fee to participate. So, you know what, Keegan? I'll do something. Because of your situation and because things are tough for you, I am willing to pay your entry for the $15 of your donation, your entry fee to the Zoom Shortwave Fest if you want. I'll be very happy to do it, and I think, you know what, I'll be using today's donations, and I think everybody will agree with me that you know what, that all of the donations of today will share that little amount to have you participate, and I would be happy for you to be part of it because you're having a hard time and it's a very difficult time. So I'm up to it. If you want me to pay for your fee to get to the Zoom, I will pay your fee. I will pay your fee. So that's done. So what I'll do, Keegan, I'm going to send you an email, and I will arrange it, okay? Because the registration needs to be done in your name. So I don't know how we're going to do it. I'm going to send you an email, and we're going to arrange that, okay? So look, everybody's happy for that. So here you go, guys. Part of tonight's donations are going to Keegan's entry into the Shortwave Fest for next week. And you know what? You're going to have fun. And I think it's something that's going to be really cool. All right? So I'm happy to do it. Very happy to do it. Matt says, it's pretty fun. My own poor planning is to blame for my inability to go. I have to give a lot of advance notice to get the day off. So yeah, no problem, man. It was fun the way that that it was done. So Keegan, it's done. I'll send you an email tomorrow at the latest, and we'll see how we do it. So you will be in the Shortwave Fest after all, Keegan, and you'll have some really cool, really cool time with us. There's a hospitality suite that you can go in, where I'll be in, and you'll be at the and you'll see all the conferences if you want to watch them. So you're in, man. It's all decided and it's all done. Hey, Marvin Motz, thank you so much. And well, I couldn't see any other reason, under any other thing to do with the fact that he couldn't attend. I mean, I totally understand, and especially with somebody that's having a hard time. I mean, come on, it's the right thing to do. So it's gonna be fun, Keegan. We're gonna see each other on the virtual Zoom next week. So the way it works is that there's two separate things. You have the Zoom Shortwave Fest, which has all the presentations, and there's a separate Zoom, which is the hospitality suite that the Canadian International DX Club does. And what happens is that you can join one or the other, and when there's something that you're not sure is interesting, you can come into the hospitality suite, whatever. It's all you manage whatever time you have. And so it's there's the icebreaker hospitality suite on Thursday night. Then on Friday there's the presentations. Hospitality suite is open all day, so you can switch from one to the other. And Saturday presentations, hospitality suite, and it ends up pretty late at night usually, because we have in general, if for those that know these things, the presentation, the pirate, Pancho Villa pirate that shows up magically at midnight on Saturdays. And then so you just join when you want to join, spend the amount of time you want to spend, it doesn't matter. You're in. It's I'm happy. All right. So that's that's the way it's gonna be. And why not make people happy at the same time? So that's the right thing to do in a society that, and in a group like us that like helps each other. It's pretty cool. So 5130 is pretty strong with music. There are other pirates, I think. There are pirates right now. What are pirates right now? So is it this? So somebody doesn't understand that 5128 AM must be WBCQ. BB King Radio on 6930. So let's go to the pirate frequencies again. 6850 upper. Still there. $69.25 is still there. And there's something on 6930. It's not very strong, but it's there. But here it says BB King Radio, which is possible. Thank you, Jasmine. Oh man, I'm going to Japan tomorrow morning, Marvin Motts. It's decided. If I'm staying for free at your beachside resort, I'm going there. Oh man. That is one thing. If I had one, sometimes I think about it. If, my life wasn't compressed into a very difficult, having any time to do anything, not really, um, having no tie-ups, like, caring for someone and so on. One of the things I would love to do is turn this channel into a travel DX channel. It's like, hey, I'm going to this island, I'm going to this country, I'm going to this place, and let's do shortwave from different countries around the world with a portable radio. No SDRs, no nothing. Just let's take a real radio and let's listen to what's to listen to in, whatever faraway country. I would love to do that. I totally would love to do that. Of course, with the money to go and travel, though. I need to have the money and travel, but, I think it'd be a lot of fun. VE3FAL, nice to have you on board from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Mike WX50 says you're welcome to visit here in Northwest Arkansas. The only part of the U.S. that I visited in my life was the East Coast, because of, before a very long time ago. I'm talking 90s. And went all the way down to Daytona Beach, Florida. Well, I mean, Matt, SDRs are real radios, absolutely. But, come on. Don't tell me that you wouldn't want to go to some exotic island with a real radio. Just saying. It's like, I know it's a real radio, but I mean, with your own radio, doing your own DXing on your own, Yeah, MDK2 wants to bring me to the beer fest that he has in his area, the kind of Oktoberfest that he has. So I mean, I'm gonna have to take, take time and just put it in a list of what, who I go visit first. I know real radio is not the term I wanted to use. Don't start the fight. I like that. Oh man. I've never, and it's because I went to the East Coast and I mean a big radio guy, but I've never. Oh, I want you, Gabriel. We're gonna do some moody expeditions together. I have no problem here. Oh God. It's I'm getting hold my root beer. It's something that sometimes I never brought a radio with me anywhere I ever wanted. I used to go places with friends. What happens is that you go visit places with friends. You don't want to annoy you don't want to annoy your friends with radio. They don't like radios, like what. So it's like, I went down up the coast, the east coast of the US, and it's like, the last thing I had in my mind is to bring a radio in me because, I was with non-radio people and you don't want to annoy them. But today I'm like, all of these East Coast Atlantic Ocean views I could have had a portable radio and tune maybe something that I've never heard before. Maybe some long wave station. I don't know. Today, that would be more my focus. It would be like, okay, if you bring me to the Atlantic Ocean and I got my 2 feet in it, I'm going to have a radio and I'm going to try stuff. Because, I mean, you know, I want to see what people hear in different areas. And it's interesting because I have all of you guys and all around, you know, North America, Europe, and you know, Middle East, and people sometimes from Asia and whatever. And you're like, wow, you know what each of you can hear in your different spots around the world that here is not possible. You know, I would, you know, if I ever, well, I guess I hope to go eventually someday on trips around the world. I know one thing, it's that I want to make sure I got a shortwave radio in me wherever I will travel in the future. That's for sure. Like I said, I used to be a root beer aficionado. I wanted to try all different kinds whenever I traveled. So, you know, it's cool. I mean, we'd have a lot of fun, that's for sure. So, hey guys, we've been on for 4 hours. I've got to eat. I've got to edit the International Radio Report show before, you know, going to bed. It was a lot of fun today. Keegan, I will send you a message tonight or tomorrow at the latest. We are going to arrange you are in the Shortwave Fest so that you can attend. And I want to say and thank everybody for the donations tonight. You guys have been great as usual. Thanks for everything. And love you all. Stay safe. And we're going to be back next Sunday. Remember, guys, Sunday. So don't forget about that, because there will be the Shortwave Fest in between. And thanks everybody for being here. Love you all. Stay safe. And thanks everybody for being here. Fiddle 121, I took my Texan radio on a cruise ship. You have to get on a high deck and be outside. Yeah, I wonder how much interference you get on a cruise ship, though. You have to be really outside for sure, I would guess. So thank you, everybody. Stay safe. Love you all. And see you next Sunday, May the 3rd at 20 hours Universal Time. And thank you so much for being here. Mark Markland, thank you so much for the donation. And stay safe, everybody. It's always nice to have you on board. Jamie Evans, nice to have you here. Take care. Stay safe, everybody, and see you next week. All right. Sunday, May 3rd, 20 hours Universal Time. Bye-bye, everyone. Love you all.